isn't right in this world, even if they're not in tune with what I'm thinking. Like, I mean, if you can't see that something's coming to some kind of collision, or it seems to be, man, yeah, you really have to be lost. I don't know. I don't know. I'm babbling here. It's just a lot of deep thought. You know what I mean? But there's no way, knowing what I know today, I could go work any regular job. I don't think. I don't know if I could do it.
Well, I mean, you know what's funny? I'm almost waiting for the world to make the decision for me. You know, there's a part of my psyche that wishes it all falls apart. That way, it makes it easy for me. You know.
Yes.
So
That's where I'm at. You just
right.
Yeah, it's like you
know
want
what
it to be done for you. Like just get it over with.
You know, but maybe that already happened, guys. Maybe if the last 3 years, we have to remind ourselves, if that line hasn't been crossed for us already, then when is it going to be crossed, right? So if we haven't seen enough tyranny, when is it going to be enough tyranny? If we haven't seen enough enslavement, when isn't going to be enough? Maybe we've all reached a point where our line has been crossed. You hear what I'm saying? And that maybe just other people don't see it. So are we confident enough in ourselves to realize that we know we have eyes to see? We're not all crazy. We're not all part of some collective psychosis here. We realize that we're living in a tyranny. Just because our neighbors aren't acknowledging it, or maybe our loved ones haven't acknowledged it, we're acknowledging it here. Shouldn't that be enough? Right? These are the things I ask myself.
And you know what? That just what you said too. Like, you almost wish it would happen. I mean, is that kind of a cop out so that we don't have to deal with, confront it? But yeah, part of me is like, just let this whole thing collapse so that I don't have a choice. It forces me to do it, because otherwise you have to do the work and you have to confront it against, with some pushback,
Right. With our neighbors still telling us we're crazy, with our loved ones still telling us we're crazy. If the shit actually hits the fan, if the fiat collapses and your money becomes nothing, if all the fucking grocery stores become empty, then all of a sudden we're not the crazy ones anymore. Maybe we're looking for that, at least. But how do we exist now in the other ones? How do we face the ridicule,
And we can't wait for it to happen either, or we're complicit in it. If it happens, it happens, but we can't wait for it to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, it's training.
So yeah, we have to move in that direction against the resistance. And if it happens, then, then we'll maybe it'll make it a little more comfortable to deal with it. I don't know, but there's no looking back for me now. I mean,
right.
You just got to keep pushing forward against the resistance, man.
Let's look at the dark parts of ourselves, like we were talking about earlier. I'll just speak for myself. After this whole, let's just say the last 3 years, we all know what I'm talking about, and the consequences that we see when certain people made certain choices, and now they're having certain health consequences. I think we all know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Is there a part of all of us in these communities that looks at these consequences, and do we look at it and have that little part of ourselves that feels that validation? The almost I told you so. When you hear about your neighbor, they made a certain choice, certain thing happened to them, and now we and ourselves go, I told you so. How do we fight against that part of ourselves that wants to be validated, that our ego wants to be validated, to say, I was right, you were wrong. It's because we should take no delight in that. How do we walk that line? How do we know that we were right? How do we know that, we made the right choice, but at the same time understand the humanity of these people who are in great suffering now? Even the ones who are just living with the regret of the choices that they made, because certain choices you can't come back from when it comes to your choices you make with your body, because I'll say for me, it's just, there's that part of me that wants to be right. I would love for people to realize when I want the world to understand that, that for me, one of my big things is that I know that large bodies of water lie level and flat always. That the oceans don't curve. Well, if the oceans don't curve, then how do we live on a globe? I know what this world is. At least I believe that I understand what the lie of this world is in the cosmology. A part of me wants the world to wake up to it. But should I have to wait for that moment to happen for me to know who I am, to feel confident in myself, to feel good about myself? Because I got to be honest, I still walk around my neighborhood feeling like a shithead because I'm an outsider, because I don't lie to people. If somebody uses the word globe in front of me, I usually correct them and say, "You sure we live on a globe?" And then they still laugh at me. And I still have to fucking feel bad about myself for being an outsider. Well, that's maybe something I need to work on, because it shouldn't fucking matter. What does it matter what anybody else thinks about me? Why should I need anybody else's validation in the whole fucking world? I should be able to validate myself internally. But if I'm to be really completely honest with myself, I still deal with that. I still deal with that, that feeling. Or when I see some guy who, he's still got the nice house, the nice car, and he's got some, the beautiful girlfriend, the beautiful young lady that I don't have, I got to look inside myself, deal with my own ego, my own narcissistic tendencies to say, well, what does that matter? Why do I need anybody else's validation? Why do I need a house or a car or a girlfriend to realize who I am? I shouldn't have to have anybody realize. So then I have to question myself. Why am I on here doing what I'm doing? Why do I need to tell the world that large bodies of water don't curve and lay level and flat always, and what the implications of that are, and what that means about the lies of this world? Because it's easy for me to feel good about myself and like I'm some fucking hero and some defender of truth to come on here and do that. Why am I really here doing it? These are the things that at least I'm dealing with on my journey. I'm sure maybe some of us could relate, maybe not.
I can to a degree, but I can also say, like you were talking about, people who got it and maybe regret it. If they come to me now and tell me that, I don't feel it although I need the validation. I'm happy that they realized it, because I realize that there's probably many more who have, and they have the bigger struggle of their ego not being able to admit that maybe we saw something that they didn't. And not necessarily that I need the validation. You know what I mean? I'm actually happy that this person has now, came to me, and whether we're right or wrong, and has seen what we were talking about. I'm happy for that person. I don't need, I guess, the validation. But I can see from the other side how it's going to hold people on the other side back, because their ego doesn't want to let them admit they were wrong. That's
Right.
even, I think, a harder thing than getting the validation that you were right. You know what I mean? It's validation enough for me just to see. I'm happy from a spiritual place that someone has opened their eyes, I guess, a little bit. I guess it gives me a sense of comfort or happiness more than validation. Does that make sense?
Most certainly.
Yeah.
Like Z was talking about earlier, I lost my family. Guess what? Just like I gave up everything in my life to find out I have everything, I lost my family to find out I found my family.
I gave up. I mean, I messed up in a big way, and it's quite embarrassing for me, but I'm more determined now to fight on. I'm very weak, but I have that determination in me to admit I'm wrong. I've got to forge forward. I was so embarrassed, and to me that's similar to what happened 3 years ago, but it's still a similar thing. I messed my body up completely. I kept my back wheels. I had the brains there to keep them, my landing gear. But gee, I messed up. But admitting I was wrong has made me stronger now. And I'm hoping those that admit they're wrong from the 3 years ago incident join ranks and soldier with us and stand along if they're strong enough. I hope I didn't ramble a little too much.
No, you know what? And listen,
No, it's a good point,
that's why I
Lizzo.
said
It's a great
don't.
point.
Oh,
Yeah.
just real quick, I would say don't say that it's over for you, because you know what? You're growing. We're all in a different place, but you have a lot to offer. I mean, you have a lot of, when I talk about, we talk about ourselves, that's experience or knowledge, the wisdom that we have through our life experiences, even though some of the stuff you went through was pretty horrible and negative. Now that you have, accepted that, and once you can embrace that, I mean, you have a lot to offer to a lot of people. I mean, I'm really glad to see you get up here. And, I think that's inspiring for me. I mean, because we all, like I said, we all to different degrees. I mean, but when you look at some people have it way worse than we do. So why can't I do it? You know what I mean? Or have had harder circumstances. So,
Thank you.
Much love to you. I really respect what you're doing. And that, I think that just, like I said, I don't think anyone wants validation. I know Paul isn't looking for validation, or I won't speak for him, but I don't think he is. But it just does validate what he is and what people here are doing. It shows
it's the right platform for me to be in now. Yeah.
Well, look at the diversity of all the different. If we all have the same story, just maybe told in a different way, right? In reality, maybe we're all just living the same story. It's just a different version of it.
Yeah.
It's almost like all these stories, all these different religions, they present us God, but it's really the same fucking story the whole time. You know what I mean? So now what religion you are, whether you're Buddhist, Hindu, or Christian, you seem to come to the same understandings when you really embrace whatever that ultimate truth is. And maybe Lizzo's story is my story, is all of our stories,
I think they're all the same. They just have different, a couple different, they're different, what's the word? I don't know. I'm losing the word that I'm thinking
like
of.
different versions.
Different circumstances.
Right.
We have different things that we have to deal with, but it's all the same story. We just have different circumstances to overcome or deal with, or to get to that same exact place that we're all trying to get to.
And getting back to the one thing we were talking about, the V, let's be careful how we talk about it. Like Lizzo said, how do we move forward? Can we bridge this great divide? I don't want to see them as my enemies. But at the same time, how do we get over our egos? How do I get over my egos? Like Wizard, because I want to go back to my old job and put 2 middle fingers up in every one of their faces and say, go fuck yourselves. You know what I mean? Like, you all did this and I did something else. You know what I mean? And how do you think your decision went now? You all ostracized me. You all made it very clear that I was not to be accepted in your world because certain decisions I made. I didn't make you my enemy. Well, how do we bridge that gap? Because if we are to move forward, because they're really not our enemies. Because how do we? Paul, you're muted.
You're muted, Paul. You're still muted.
Yeah, you're muted still. He's in that damn library again. You're still muted.
Nah. It's weird.
But yeah, it's again, it goes back to
Hello?
learning. Okay,
Yeah, there you go.
It goes back
Yeah,
to
focus on making it right instead of being right. If you already know you're right, there's no point in putting everybody's face. Just focus on making it right instead of the fact that you are right.
Yeah, I was going to kind of say that. I don't think you need to go in and tell them. I think just walking by them, they know. You've validated yourself. If they do know, you don't have to tell them.
Right. whether they admit it or not.
Right.
You know,
So,
if they know, they know. Right.
Yeah, I think that's almost more powerful than actually going in and having to tell them when yeah, that they know now, and when you do walk by, there is that validation just by because you lived it. You lived your word. You were, you know what I mean?
How about
that's the
going back
thing.
there and asking them if there's anything you can help them with, and they'll know what you mean, right? If you come to these people and say, is there anything I could do for you or help you with at this time? You all know what they're talking about because now they have the experience of realizing, well, he was right and we did fuck ourselves over. And now he's still showing himself to be more honorable and empathetic instead of shitting on us, which really doesn't do you any good anyway, right? You're not going to feel good about that at the end of the day. You can still offer your services, right, and honor your oath, the Hippocratic oath, even though you probably didn't take it. Most people aren't taking it at all anymore. But if you honor your oath to the Creator, you're tasked here to render aid and to help your fellow man and woman. So focus on doing that and fulfilling that task. And then there's really no need other than when, like, you see me once in a while when folks want to buck up and play the ego game. I played a little bit with them. And I say, I'm going to put it in your face. But, when I'm not in that mode, I understand that we're all here to work with each other and to help each other. Those who have the greatest understanding and empowerment have the greatest responsibility, right? That's what the cliche has been from the beginning of time. The greatest power dictates the greatest responsibility. So respond rather than react.
Yeah, I couldn't have said that any better. That's kind of what I was thinking, man.
Yeah, that's
Maybe I'll send them a link to the PIMP channel. Tell them to check me out now.
Yeah, but that kind of goes back to like what Wizard's been doing too. Trying to get his message across differently too. I think there's a lot to that because, like I said, I think that's part of our I won't speak for Wizard. I'm speaking for myself. But part of our own internal struggles is, if you want to go in there and handle it the way that you were saying, but it's actually going to put you backwards. It's not going to get the message across that, and when you can reconcile that with yourself, like I said, just walking in there, like Paul said, saying, "Hey, can I help you?" and doing it in a way with respect and honor, that's almost more powerful. That's almost more of a in your, not that I'm saying this, but more of a in your face, more of a
it's funny.
well,
Steve in chat
truth to a greater light, and it's known as Socratic debates. It's a very effective form of communication, back and forth.
Right. Dialogue. It's funny. Lee64 in chat says, Z, let it go. Build a better healing center. It's so funny that I've been thinking about that. If anybody who knows me, I'm very interested in microgreens, healing herbs, and things. And one of my dreams is to work on building a center where people can come and experience natural health treatment paradigms.
We need to get together and talk about that vitamin C immunotherapy, then IV drip.
Yeah, there's a couple things I want to.
I've been listening to you. I know you're on it, Wizard. Some of the treatment paradigms that you've talked about, and I resonate very strongly with a lot of those, man, when it comes down to the anti-inflammatory treatments and using natural healing herbs and things like that. There's so many ways to go with that, and I like that. It's embodying really what you are, Dr. Sebi. Yeah, right on, man.
Yeah, there's a couple things we need to talk about too. I'm not going to start that conversation now, but I'll hit you up on it. But there's some interesting things that you saying that I want to bring to you.
Yeah, we could have that conversation. They're my favorite conversations.
Yeah.
Anybody who watches me on here, I don't go into it too much, but I've shown the stuff that I'm into in terms of the healing herbs and the microgreens, and maybe that's my next step. I'm just working this out myself. Is that maybe that's how I take my power back and empower myself, is to really embrace. Obviously, I had a heart for healthcare, and that's where my heart was, and I pursued it for so long. Maybe it's truly embracing what I feel is actual healthcare, and maybe that is my redemption, is to really walk that walk and having the fucking balls to actually do it.
You got to look at it like they did you a favor, man. You know, you got to look at it like these people showed you the best part of yourself and the worst part of everybody else, and they released you from their beast system and slavery. They did you the biggest favor ever. You're here with me and us, and you're on a different path now. You have a different understanding. And now, you know, the world's in the palm of your hands, in a sense, right? You go anywhere you want to go with this. You just got to see the opportunity rather than limitation. But to be limited in that field with them people forever, that's a nightmare. Why would you go back and tell them, fuck you? I go back and tell them, thank you. Thank you for releasing me.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like that term healthy. That's just like behave and behave and behold and all that. It's not healthy. Think about it. It's healthy. They're telling you hell thee. It's not. Break it apart to its two independent parts. It's heal thy. Just like know thyself, it's heal thyself. He who is whole is in need of no physician. You can heal yourself if you get some kind of disease. It's called your diet, and you're supposed to listen to nature. I yield.
Yeah, they
Well,
did
yeah,
you a
man.
favor.
Well, guys, talk about a representation of the true evil of the system is that, you know, the way I look at it is look what they present to us as health. You know, let's just talk in generalities. We know what platform we're on. And I think, you know, these things look, health paradigms have been known for thousands of years. And it seems to me that many of those were hidden and occulted by this modern system. Call it the Rockefeller education system, modern academia, whatever you want to call it. It seems as though there was a concerted effort to squash and hide these ancient techniques of health and healing that were known throughout humanity. So how come 2,000 years ago, at least if we're going to take any concept of history, you know, it seems as though there was an understanding of health, natural health, and these true healing paradigms compared to what they present to us now. If you can't see, to me, that's probably the ultimate example of the evil of this system is basically if they're fucking poisoning us and hiding medicine, what does that really say about the system, you know? And, you know, I do enjoy this conversation.
Yeah, there's really something I want to talk to you about. I'm going to jump off for a little bit. I have to pick up my daughter. I'll be listening. I might jump when I get in my car, jump back on, but I really enjoyed today's conversation. You know, thanks, Paul. Thanks, Wizard. I mean, all the knowledge you and I have been in chat lately, and the bombs you've been dropping to me is just unbelievable. I'm really glad to see you back here. I mean, it's good to hear your voice again, man. Lizzo, it's great to see you here. And
Hey, Steve, I just saw that you donated to me. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure. No, thank you
I
necessary.
appreciate that, brother.
I appreciate what's going on here. It's
As well, Steve.
it helps. It's helping me a lot. It's helping me move forward, and you know I can't say enough about it. But like I said, I'll be listening, and I might jump back on. But let me get off here so I can take a quick shower and go pick her up. I'm surrounded by slaves in DC here, so it's I don't know. If
Steve.
That's why I couldn't let her come by herself. You know, so I guess that's me doing my my fatherly thing. So, but thank you. I'll talk to you guys. Much love, everyone. And to everyone in the chat, I haven't been paying attention, but thank you. Take care.
Much love.
Hey, I appreciate you, Steve. You got good energy, man. You got a good head on your shoulders, so I always like having you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Take care,
Salute
guys.
to that. Salute, Steve.
Take care, Lennon.
Yeah, I just want to kind of echo what Steve said there about the importance of, you know, having a place where we can share our voices and, you know, just experience the open conversations. And because otherwise it's, you know, the walk would be probably quite lonely otherwise. And, you know, like Paul was saying to me earlier, a lot of it's rote. We come here and a lot of times it's the same people and lot of the same conversations, but every day it is something new. And just the experience and being able to come here and share this time together. There's value, even in the fights in London, man. It's like we're going back to like our friends at We Are Awake TV and Ian, for whatever it is, man. I don't have any animosity towards them. I know you and I experienced a lot of similar. We had a similar experience with that community, based off what you've told me. I don't want to speak for you, and maybe we feel or felt a certain way about it, but I'm not looking at it like that anymore. I don't. It's like I was saying before. I don't see good and evil in people. I just see people embodying different energies at different times. Okay, so who's the real enemy here? It's certainly not our friends over in that community, and I'm choosing to not see a division anymore. I'm not. We could have fun with each other. We could rib each other, but in essence, dude, I don't know, man. That's how I'm choosing to look at it, dude. I don't know about you.
Hey, well put. You know what? To be honest, I'm glad you put it like that, because that was one of the reasons why I came over there that day. If I felt a different type of way, I wouldn't be over there, right? I come over to get to give clarification, to make sure everybody sees what's going on, right? I didn't come over there to rip into anybody. If I want to rip on anybody, I can do it for my own panel. Do you understand? And unfortunately, that's what I did, because he dissed me when I came up there. So I streamed the next day and took a shot back. But the shot I took back, it wasn't anything under the belt. It was what it was that night. You understand? Standard in truth. But other than that, it ain't gonna go any further than that, because that's not my energy. I didn't get on this metaverse to do that shit. You see what I'm doing? I ain't doing that
We do.
shit. I ain't doing that shit. It's not me. So I would rather push that to the side and elevate, ascension myself. And so I
You're
like
doing
what you
some
said.
you're doing some powerful work at the moment, London. Extremely great work. And what I found sad with the whole incident over the last few weeks was the eating into the clock time, because a lot of people don't have much time to view these shows, and to sit there and listen to this stupid argument playing out for week after week was appalling, because this whole internet thing could get taken, and these discussions are vital.
We know
Sorry,
all
I'm sounding a
Lizzo.
bit. Yeah.
Lizzo. Maybe it was all part of the process. It's like I said before, man. There was no playbook for this whole thing we're doing here. We have no book to look to. We have no people to look to other than each other.
Yeah.
We're really making this experience as it goes along. This is uncharted territory for all of us. Like I said before, when I was in my profession, there was books I could read. There was licensure I can get. There was tests that I can take. There was research that I could look to. This is us here doing it. I do believe we are the tip of the spear. I don't think there's anybody else to look to. And, maybe we're all going through some type of process that we don't even understand. And, maybe if we let go of the outcome and just experience it somewhat and just enter it with the proper mindset, enter it with the proper intention, that maybe it'll all play out the way it's supposed to. Maybe all that stuff was just part of this process, Lizzo. I don't know, but I agree. There's unpleasantness, or like Wizard was saying with his experience with Mr. Talcott, and here we are. I mean, we have, I look at Wizard and I look at Talcott, or I look at myself. I'll speak for myself in Talcott, and fundamentally, Talcott and I are on completely different ends of a certain spectrum, right? So if I take a certain spectrum, Talcott and I seem to be on completely different ends. He seems to be somewhat of a collectivist. I seem to be the exact opposite of that. But even when we look at it, maybe that's even superficial. It seems important. Politics, these way we look at it, but in the end of it, that's probably still just a superficial difference. Probably Talcott and I are the same being underlying, you know? He appears to be a very loving man, no matter what. He's a glober. I'm a flat earther. That's polar opposites. But, you know, in the essence, maybe there's an end game that we're not even aware of, you know? And maybe we're all being brought together for some strange reason that we can't even fucking conceive of. All these weird fucking characters that we see here. I don't know.
Well, it's like I said earlier, you know, when we come into this community and we expect everybody to, the community to grow, what we're finding here, again, I want to point out is that because it's such a moral place, and that's what we're dealing with, it is growing. Again, proof evidence through the growth of everyone here. So we have to take mind of that. And again, just like the patience of the day, remember, it's not merely a gathering and growing of a number of people, but the knowledge of the people that are involved, no matter what that number is.
Well, it's funny you say that, Wizard, because, you know, I used to think that, well, you know, do what's right because eventually other people see. And then, you know, I used to think, well, if everybody just does what's right, the world will change. But Paul pointed this out to me a couple of months ago, and it fucking stuck with me, that it's unrealistic to think that everybody's going to do what's right and everybody's going to stand up for what's right. But maybe it doesn't have to be everybody. Maybe it just has to be enough people, enough of the right people at the right time, in the right way, do what's right. Maybe that's going to be the change that makes this whole thing happen, man. It doesn't have to be everybody. Just the
Right.
power of the righteous.
Yeah, it's the one man at a time that's able to stand before every situation and every breath and make it right from that point, and not go rambling into things and then say, wait a minute, I made a mistake, but I can't go back and correct it. The more we practice this thing called life and this thing called breath of life, every act, every breath is an act of God. And the more we practice it, the better we get at it. If we're not practicing it, that's what I look for in people. If they're not practicing it, that's why I say you don't want to be my friend. It's a hard job to be my friend. I'm going to hold you to it.
Right. Well, because Wizard, your very existence convicts them. They convict themselves.
Yes.
Your very existence convicts them.
A man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary. Pay attention.
You know, so I mean, there's people going to react a certain way. So, you know, when a cop pulls Paul over, you know, and sees the presentation that he's going to get, that cop's going to react in one of two ways. You know, he's either going to fucking reach for a sidearm or his heart's going to be moved. In the end, whatever the outcome is we have no control over, you know, and the same thing with me, you know. You know, as I embody these principles more and more, I have no control how people are going to act. You know, that's on them. But there's a certain percentage they're going to be convicted. Either way, they might cry or they might fight. But either way, they're probably going to be changed somewhat. You know, I'd imagine, Wizard, when you go in front of a judge and they hear you talk, either way, they're going to leave that interaction affected in some way.
Yeah, if they ever get me in front of them again, yeah. Like I don't know if you heard, I've been communicating with the UN here lately. Yeah, I'm not going to play any games, and it's all plain writing, folks. Calm, cool, collective, facts on the record. Show them how it works. Very concise and constructed in a way that it's very comprehensible, and you bring the remedy. No other way will you get remedy. If you seek equity, you must bring equity. So if you want remedy, you must bring remedy. There is nothing new under the sun. It all works the same way. Their system works the same as the scripture. Are you?
Hey, speaking on that note, Wizard, right? What you just said, nothing new under the sun. Do you think there could possibly ever be anything new under the sun in our lifetime?
No. You even ask the historical scholars, we repeat history, coinciding with that verse.
Yeah, London man, I would resonate with that too. To say that, you know, I used to use the term free will, and I used to think that we have free will, but I don't think it. I don't think of that anymore. I just think there's the will. You can choose to embody it or not. You know, it's like, you know, a lot of the principles that Paul embodies about the I am. You know, whatever the I am means. It's so under that line of thought, there really is nothing new under the sun.
There
You know,
seems a
maybe you have
confusion.
moments of. Go ahead, Lizzo.
Sorry, there seems a confusion there, because if there's nothing new under the sun, their system came in as a new thing. Surely it had to have been a new thing.
See, I don't see that, Lizzo. See, I'll
Yeah.
just tell you my perspective.
There's,
Yeah.
I don't see this world as God's green world where it was made as a beautiful place that was taken over by bad actors. My idea of this realm is different now. And based on my fundamental understandings of this realm, at least where I am now in my thoughts, I don't see it as like, you know, the system came in as this new thing. I
Right.
see the deceptions of this world as endemic and part and parcel with the fundamental realities of this world. Whether it was this system that we see or the fucking Roman Empire, whatever that was, that I don't see any difference. To me, Rome never fell, Lizzo. I see this one world order as not a new world order, but just a world order that existed. Like I said, it's probably the same story. It might have been told
So it's-
different ways, but
Oh, right. It's always
Well,
played out.
think about it. Yeah. We
Yeah.
read history.
Yeah.
So what we're
Yeah.
doing is we're recreating Noah's Ark. What was Noah's Ark? The Bible tells you it was a statistical record to allow mankind to continue to exist. They're doing the exact same thing. They're keeping a statistical record to make sure that they can control and allow that mankind continue to exist. It's the same damn thing.
So therefore, it can't be broken. It's just for us to get ourselves out of it.
Exactly.
To find.
Now, do you want to know a system back in the day in origin, how it actually worked, or do you want to use the fictional system that's in operation today that has been over time construed and misconstrued and changed and circumvented and has become the rules, laws, regulations, codes, edicts, declarations and proclamations and this and that? Big difference.
Well, how about what we were listening to the other day with the Tao Te Ching that Paul was playing? It said right in it that the man who follows the Tao doesn't try to change the world. The world is what the world is. So what's the only other option? Transmute and change yourself. There's nothing to do out in the world. I'm realizing that more and more. There really is no system to conquer.
That's
The
how you
world is the
relieve all
world.
that anxiety and anticipation in yourself, right? Is when you realize we cannot recreate creation. Everything is as it's supposed to be, even the evil shit, right? We've created that. It's exactly how it's supposed to be. Now, what are we going to do with ourselves and the rest of our time here? Everything else outside of that, it's going to cause you and everyone else a problem.
It's like Paulie says all the time, it's moving property. See, I'm in usury. All I can do is get to use the property that I have in my possession. In the meantime, if I'm not using it, it's a matter of transferring it to another point, moving the property. If it's not my property, then what am I? I'm the trustee. I'm entrusted to do that. If I'm entrusted to do that, then I have to know what's right from wrong. Simple.
Good
Yeah,
point.
London man. So going back to what you're saying, you know, nothing new under the sun. That's, you know, that's where I am on this understanding, is that, you know, that's why I always go back to, you know, I don't see this as this new world order. Nothing's new about it. And maybe the only thing that's new is we see it.
Yeah.
They said this was supposed to be the time of revelation and the apocalypse. You know? So think about that, Lizzo. If this time was called for as a revelation, where the veil would be lifted if this time was prophesied, well, what are we choosing? There's nothing to choose. If we are to take any conception of history, if the Bible really, the figures really did exist 2,000 years ago, take it for what it's worth, and they said we were going to see it, it seems to me that the words of the Bible were written for these times right here. I don't think they were writing about those times. Or if they were, there's no difference between those times and this time. But so what are we really choosing other than, are we going to follow truth or are we going to turn our backs on it? You know, maybe that is the only choice. You know, maybe there's only moments of real choice. Maybe we're not as we're not as autonomous as we thought. We'd like to think we were. We'd like to think we're in control even of ourselves, but maybe it's much different. So is there anything new under the sun? I'm not seeing it really.
When you put it like that, it's wild. But sometimes I do believe. I like to hope. Even though those words may mean nothing, but I like to think there would be something outside of this construct, this thing that don't make sense to us.
Well, there is.
Okay, well that's good. That's good news.
This year's that metaverse, and just like I said, history repeats itself. That's where history repeats itself. It's in this metaverse. We see Jesus repeating himself several times here in the last couple of days, guys. Yeah, Jesus is repeating. It's like a loop, but it's several people claiming they're Jesus. So it's quite ridiculous. But in reality, it says to follow the way of Jesus. And again, that's the message, not the messenger. So I'm never going to claim Jesus, but I am going to claim I'm supposed to or told to follow that way, and that way was to be a teacher.
Well, like London Man, like you're saying, I think what you're trying to say is, what you said was, you'd like to think that there's a difference between the world and Earth, that they're two separate things, that there's the Earth that exists at least neutral or in some way, and then there's the worldly construct system that was imposed upon it. And I'm wondering more and more, London Man, if there isn't a difference, if it's just one thing, just the world, man.
This is what I don't want to steer the conversation too much from what Paul was chopping up on earlier. Salutes to Paul, by the way. Wicked stream, Paul. Yeah, well, the other night, right? Salutes, Paul. I had a stream, right, and we was questioning. Well, I brought the topic to the table whether this construct, the Taurus field, right? Can we survive outside of this so-called Taurus field? Is that the prison itself, the Taurus field, right? Because I've heard people speak of this Taurus field, right? Scientifically and out of scientific communities, they speak of this earthly Taurus field. So I'm saying, is it possible to exist outside of this Taurus field? And would the Taurus field be considered the matrix of this place?
Right. Well, matrix, we're told matrix means womb, right? So can we exist outside the womb?
Proof we can.
Maybe we're birthed into this world. It goes back to the concept of the vessel, man, right? So what is this Taurus field? Maybe this Taurus field is a ship. It's a vessel. Can we exist outside of our ship? I see no evidence that we can, but, not in these bodies. I know, London Man, you and I have similar thoughts, but different in some ways. Likely you very much like myself. I don't believe that there's astronauts floating around in a near perfect vacuum of space outside of this, quote, Earth system. I don't think we can exist outside of Earth at all. It doesn't mean I'm right, dude. You say Taurus. Well, I think it's, there's a lot of evidence to show that we do exist in some kind of Taurus field, some kind of electromagnetic realm. seems to be electromagnetic, but I
Mm.
don't see how we could exist outside of it, not in our fleshly bodies, at least.
Well,
I don't see it, man.
even with the Taurus field, right? I was questioning things like this because I'm a big fan of the micro and macro realm, right? Due to the evidence that I've come across of recent. But when I even hear the word Taurus field, right, it's almost like I'm hearing 1/3 of the celestial creatures that was made, right? So you have like a Taurus was the bull, right? And then you have the Leviathan, sea, and then you have the bird, the Z, right? So it's like, could one be a Taurus field? Could one be a bird field? Could one be like a a beast, like a sea creature field? It's different fields, but because we're in the Taurus section, right, we call it the Taurus field.
Right.
But could
I know what you're
Spain have
saying.
you understand?
It could be other forms of energy that we can't even conceive of. We conceive of energy as electromagnetic. You
Mhm.
know, to me, that's what this realm is. It doesn't mean I'm right, but I know what you're saying. You know, could they be other forms of energy that
Correct. There you go.
we could exist in otherwise? I don't see evidence of it. I would just say, where's the evidence? You know, just like I don't see evidence of guys floating in space. You know, where's the evidence that we could exist outside of it with these bodies? These bodies might be our vessel in this realm. We may be inhabiting these bodies just like a ship on the sea, or like a submarine. You know, could you navigate the ocean without your ship? Could you navigate this realm without your body? It seems to be the vessel seems to be a big part of this, whatever this whole realm is. We seem to be birthed in. Look, we talk about all the laws. It seems to be all the fucking laws that they have in this realm have to do with the laws of the sea. We talk about this shit all the time. About the difference between their admiralty law and the merchant law, what the differences are, and well, what's admiralty law? It's the law of the sea. You're in a vessel. You know, it's basically rules to govern how vessels interact with different interests. Well, can our bodies just be vessels in this realm? You know, that's where I am with the whole thing, dude.
Yeah, I think we're more or less just vessels at this moment, with a higher intelligence governing it. Sometimes I don't know whether that's good or bad, because I mean, on a smaller scale, I know, or I would like to hope I'm in control, right? I use the word hope, but on a grander scheme of things, I'm yet to know. But it's interesting because I'm enjoying my journey before I get to the party. The party could be shit, right? So I'm enjoying my journey before I get to the party, at least.
That's good, man. You know, if I'm to be honest, I don't know how much I'm enjoying my journey, London, man. Maybe I got to work on that. I know I just look at things different. They tell us we're supposed to be, that the goal of life is to be happy. Who says? Isn't happy just a fucking emotion that's transient?
Hmm.
Is that another system construct that we're all seeking happiness? How's that really helping us, everybody, to seek happiness? Look around us, all these people trying to seek happiness. Where has it gotten us?
Well, it helps us
Maybe
remain
well-being isn't.
of not seeing what's wrong. It helps keep us in that delusion. That's that convenience I was talking about earlier. Everybody's so involved in that convenience, and that's what they see. It's all that candy at the 5-year-old's level, eyesight. They do it to adults too. I yield.
Right. It's just a different way to understand things. It's a fucking ego trip. It really is a fucking ego trip. How does one define themselves in every single way? That's what I'm saying about, I think more and more I'm understanding. Everything's inside. It's a complete inward journey. That's why I brought up about what we heard the other day with the with the Tao about that, you don't seek to change the world. There's nothing to change. It seems to be fruitless. Well, let's think about this, guys. Who's trying to change the world? Who keeps saying they want to change the world? Elon Musk, Bill Gates, fucking psychopaths. They're all trying to change the world. So if we say that we want to change the world like we know better, how are we any different? So if we come on here and say, well, we're trying to change the world and make it a better place, what makes us different than them? Then we become no different than they are. Because they're all changed. They may think they're right. Because everybody's right based on their own perspective. So we like to think of Bill Gates as he's evil. But if Bill Gates really thinks that the germ theory is what it is, if Bill Gates really thinks that we evolved from single-cell amoebas and monkeys and shit, if Bill Gates really believes in evolution, then Bill Gates probably thinks he's doing what's right. He's only evil from our perspective.
It's called ego, Mr. Warrior. It's called wanting to be God and think you're going to overwrite creation, and it's never been done. Can't be done, can never be done. You just wind up overriding who and what we are culturally, technologically, and then causing our own undoing. Every single time, way back to Atlantis and Lemuria, they find all the technology at the bottom of the ocean. These motherfuckers want to live forever and play God and change the world, but never change themselves. It's an illusion and a deception.
Yeah, I mean, these are the hard understandings. Because like you said, it's an ego. You got to come to grips with that. With that idea. Because all these quote-unquote evildoers that we like to point our fingers at, like I said, they're only evil from a certain perspective. If they truly believe in germ theory, they're right. Bill Gates is right based off a certain understanding. If we all evolved from fucking single-celled amoebas, he's right. So how the fuck are we going to hold it against him? And who are we? How are we any different if we act out of our own egos on what we think is right to try to exert control over the world? Like fucking Paul just said. How many times are we going to build this technology up just to crash it fucking down, no matter what it is? It's just a different way. It's just a different process to look at this world.
Yeah. It's I like the way you put it, right? Because even with Bill Gates and a lot of these people in the scientific community, right? When we was walking blindly, like I like the way how you put it earlier, right? When you said about trying to get arrested, right? And now you kind of lifted the veil and you're on the opposite side, right? That's almost like how I would used to see Bill Gates and even NASA to a degree, right? But then I realized the things they're putting in front of me is for a reason, even though it might be CGI and they might be double talking, but it's for you to kind of like eat the meat and spit out the bones, so to speak, right? So I've done a lot of thorough research through some of the stuff they've been presenting and things they've been saying, and there's a lot of double talking. But when I mean double talking, it means there's also truth in what they're saying. But because they've been presented as liars, you're going to look at them as liars all the time. Now you're there.
Well, think about it, London, man. I mean, what have people said about you? What have people said about me? My experience here has shown me that, I've had everything in the last 5 months that could be said about me has been said about me. You know what I mean? From the very good.
Don't be so sure.
Right. Give him more time, right? Give him more time. I guess we'll see.
Right.
That's funny.
But the point is, well, I guess the same accusations that could be lobbed at us, who are we to lob those out? It's just it really is a trip. It really is this to me, I'm just going to speak for myself. It's just really its understanding of the ego. It really is. You know, where's Jack Talcott when you need him? You know, with the ego, because it's funny.
Hey,
everybody likes.
Is that your opinion? That's the best one, man. I swear I could do that. That's why I know I'm crazy, because I could just come on every day like yesterday didn't happen and listen to him give me the rap all over again and go, is everyone else's opinion just an opinion except mine? That's great. I can't get enough of that. Then he'll say, get out of your ego, where he runs the whole world. The world according to Jack.
Right, exactly. Well, I know Wizard loves the famous Talcottian statement of I'm nobody special. What was it? I'm nobody special, but I hope you could all be as special as I am.
I know I'm not special, but I hope to bring a message to help everybody learn that they're just as special as I am.
Well, see, Talcott doesn't understand the nuance of, like, you know, if you ever listen to me, sometimes I'll talk, and when I play with the language, it kind of confuses you and sounds like I'm speaking almost, you know, in a paradoxical kind of contradictory way. He hasn't quite mastered that. So he'll say something and then it'll be a complete contradiction, and he thinks that it's like a guru paradox, right? Like he goes, I'm pro-labor, I'm anti-work. What the fuck does that mean?
Right. It means
like,
he just wants
a nice way of saying he wants shit to be done. He just ain't going to do it.
Right. He wants everybody else to do the work, is what he's saying. It's hilarious. But I got to tell you, as much as he's the way he is, the son of a bitch has grown on me. And I do actually miss him when he's fucking gone.
I knew I'd get all he is. Y'all go, what the fuck's wrong with you? We hate Talcott. Get him out of here. We went full circle, man. Now they can't get him out of their head. The same people tell me, like Wizard, he goes, I'm not coming up here again if Talcott's back. Then I had a few days of without Talcott. He goes, Talcott just went live. Then he cuts his camera off. Can't live with him, can't live without him, man. I learned that with my family. Majority of folks are in a push-pull relationship with everything in their life. The drugs, the alcohol, women, men, their family. Can't live with them, can't live without them.
Right.
Hey, Paul, do you remember when I said one of you two was Beauty and the Beast and I couldn't figure it out? Yeah, I still can't figure it out. I still can't figure it out.
Well, the key is that we are actually both the same thing. That's as much as it pains me to admit that. There is no justification of, you know, setting up an enemy. Hell, let him do that, right? I'll let him paint me at times when he's angry as the Antichrist to justify his walk in existence. But I see past the game, right? There's the ego game, the dance we do, and then there's just self, right? He's an expression of self, and he's doesn't have it all where I believe that it needs to be, is the most equitable, diplomatic way of putting it, right? I see a different reality than what he sees. But again, I'm also somebody who did heroin every day for 10 years. I guess the difference is I did heroin every day for 10 years, but I never really expected different results. I guess that's what throws me off, is the complete insanity. It's like I just go, I'm a heroin addict. I'm going to die or go to prison. How are you? You know, it's like when you really are self-actualized and realized on the highest or lowest level, that's when you know you're with it, right? You're in reality, so to speak. So that's what concerns me with him is he doesn't seem to be completely in the same reality I guess we're all experiencing. And I that's a loose idea, right? Because we're not all really experiencing the same reality, clearly. Or we wouldn't be here.
That's a fact.
No, he's special. The
last
conversation.
That's a good way to put it. He's special.
The last conversation I had with him was on, like London Man was saying, was that time I was on We Are Awake TV a couple weeks ago, and I was trying to explain to him and everybody else on the panel how Joshua 19, our nice young friend Joshua, is actually more intelligent and more witty than Dave, Jack, and everybody else there. And how I meant it, and I still mean it to this day, that he actually is more intelligent than all of them there. He, Jack was trying to convince me that I'm wrong, but
You mean
know
like
what
how
I'm saying?
Dave tries to appear to be self-righteous by calling children fat and retarded, and he doesn't see how that's not going to translate? Right. He's just
right, exactly. Over and over again, just calling him retarded. And when I said to Dave, I said, that young man's more intelligent than you are on many different levels. I stand by that statement, and like I said,
they also don't get
much
that
love,
they
Dave.
called me the same thing, fat and retarded. And one of those things is true, right? So, I take offense to it when they put fat and retarded side by side, because I've been getting that all my life. And let's just stick to the facts. Might be slightly overweight.
Well, like you said, Paul, they put you in a certain classroom. You might have rode the short bus. I don't know. I wasn't there, but I'd imagine when you were out there standing for school, the short bus came along.
Oh, it did. Yes, I was
Right.
like the only person on it because behaviorally I was a problem. So they had to send. See, I thought I was so confused, man. I thought like I was privileged. I go, hey, I get my own bus, and then I realized later, oh no, I'm surrounded by retarded people. This must mean something about me. I thought I was getting a yellow limo.
Look, they love to label people, and that's the thing, People want to they wanted to label you, Paul. People label me. Dave wants to label Joshua, like he's not competent, like he can't participate, like he should be excluded from conversations. It makes no sense. And because when you label people, that puts you in a different category. It's like I was saying before. If somebody else is retarded, that makes you smart. Because if you could see that they're retarded, that means you're smart. If somebody else is bad, that makes you good. It's easy to label people because that makes you what the opposite is, by implication. I'm not buying that shit anymore. To me, it holds no water at all. So just like they could tell
arrogance, as if you can't step out of yourself, look back at yourself and go, we're all arrested development on some level. We've all been retarded as a clinical, technical term. This mongrel race is all a retarded race, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically at this point. I mean, hello. Yeah. So it's easy to find out groups like humans like to do, find scapegoats and point at them to avoid looking at themselves. But like you say, the joke is we look at Dave and Ian and all the rest of these folks and go, well, I may be deficient and retarded on some level, but in comparison to you, I may as well be God on earth. And then they'll say, you're being arrogant. I go, no, I just see it all as it is, separate from what I want and don't want to be true. Obviously, to some folks, it's self-evident. We have 180 folks here today, 8 people on Dave's stream regularly. That tells you the tale. It's not about numbers till it's about numbers, right?
Well, right. Facts, objectivity, not opinions. Man, actual facts, reality.
Results, right? Like Wes Watson would say the other day, the Dow even says, look to the results. So they want to argue with not only Wes Watson because he's on roids, they want to argue with Lao Tzu 1,500 years before the Christ of being, who laid it all out, right? Stop trying to change the world, change yourself, as you were talking about earlier. So, and then I just lost my train of thought on what I had just said right before that.
About the results.
Right. Look to the results. Yeah. Look to what you and others have done and not done. Right. Or look to what you've done and not done. Really, not others. Look to what you've done and not done. When I point them all back to that, they say, shut up, Paulie. It's ego arrogant. They think I want to compete to win. I'm like, bro, I'm competing in a healthy way to show you what I didn't think I was capable of, to show you you're capable of it too. And when you do that, we're going to be where we need to be and we could go to the next level. They all say the same thing. We love Paulie till he started putting the light of truth on us. Then now they hate me, right? So that shows them for who and what they are, folks who rebuke the truth. They love what I do. They love what I speak. They know it's applicable. They just don't want to apply it. And when I try to tell them to apply it and they should apply it, they got to shit on me to equalize, right? So keep accepting less for yourself and each other. You like it. I love it. I'm going to keep coming on here, inspiring myself and others, facilitating an area where folks can show up when I'm on the road or whatever. I just did the last hour and a half. You folks talking. I was listening. My signal was shit, right? So I show up for myself and others as they should, but they don't. They show up once a week. They give you some lukewarm, half-ass shit. They've done nothing in their life over the past 3 to 5 years different. They want to sit on there and whine and cry about how the government did bad to them, COVID took them down, all the rest of it. The fuck have you ever been and done at any time? And then they go, that's ego again. I go, no, it's results, results-based, right? Even if you could just say, I know for myself that what I do changes one life at a time. They go, oh, you're trying to be highbrow, mysterious, and spiritual. No, that's how the work is done. It's one at a time. If you're going to go be a psychiatrist, you don't get on the metaverse and necessarily expect everybody to change. You take them one at a time. You talk to them. You give them the light and the understanding, and you set them free. So I'm suspicious of motherfuckers who got to charge for programs, but say they want to change the world, talk about a community, but come on once a week, aren't directly active with people and changing lives and helping and working together, just want to be seen and heard, have a place amongst or above other people. I'm so over all these fucking worldly dynamics. It just doesn't do nothing for me anymore. No.
Okay.
Well, as far as the results, results could mean so many things, like, okay, let's talk about results. I don't want to rip on Dave, but since he's on my mind, we'll talk about, Mr. Dave, Sovereign Slave Dave's that, when I go to a grocery store and somebody walks by pushing the cart and there's a little kid in there and I walk by, typically the little kid will look at me and wave and smile. I'm wondering if Dave gets that same reaction with his presentation to the world, with the energy that he's imbibing and embodying, Results could be very small. You see what I'm saying? They don't have to be these huge things. What are your results in this world? What are your fruits? Damn, London man. See, I didn't want to go. I'm not picking on you, Dave, because I know for some reason you guys tend to hear everything that's said on this channel. It's weird. I'm not picking on you, Dave, but, I'd imagine, Dave, when you go walking through the grocery store, little kids probably, aren't very receptive to you and your energy, Dave. I know you'll probably dispute that. I'm not there. I don't know. So what are your results in this world? What energy do you embody? I don't want to go after the guy. Much love, Dave. It's amazing they hear every fucking thing we say about him. So it's all on record anyway, Dave. And Dave, since I know you're listening, I'm wondering, you've told me you were going to do it, and you were, well, not you, but you were in contact with people who were going to do an exhaustive investigation into me and my background. I'm wondering how that investigation's going. And again, I'm going to ask you, Dave, when indeed you find out that I am everything I present about myself, are you going to have the integrity and the honor to make a stream about it, where you come on and say, well, indeed, he is who he says he is? I'll wait for that stream, Dave. I know, Heidi, you're right. He's not worth the energy. I didn't want to go there. Well, it's like we're saying, London man, in the end, these little riffs we have with these certain individuals, they're very petty. And in the grand scheme of things, they're kind of silly, And I think it's up to like me and you, London man, because we've had our dealings with that community, is to take the fucking higher road with them. We got to take the higher road, whatever that means.
You know what? You see, my higher road now is right. My higher road goes off the last words and the interactions that we've had, right? So that's the energy that the last bit we have, right? So if it's like, fuck you, don't come around here, get lost, cool. I don't mind doing that. I'll stay way back and just, cheer for you over here. Because I don't hate anybody. You understand? I really don't hate anybody. But if you really don't want to be a part of me, that's cool. I'm a part of myself. You can do you, I do me. I don't have to go seek approval from anybody. I'm just here to do work at the end of the day. Just here to do work.
I find it sad you get degraded just for going to somebody else's site. It's like, go where the bloody hell you want. I hate it when you get tarred just because you've been watching someone's show or commenting. It's so irritant.
It is strange, you know. But look, look. They may all need each other. I've said this before to other people. You know, if they needed to burn me down over there, then let them. If they need the bad guy, let them have the bad guy. Let Z be the big bad wolf in their community. Like London Man, like you said, I was Godzilla. You know what I mean? I went in there and I fucking was Godzilla to their community. And well, okay, well maybe they need that monster. You know, Z the kaiju Godzilla. You know, it's funny. It's funny, London Man. I for the first time went on YouTube and just searched Zetetic Warrior. Literally, this morning was the first time I did it. Some random guy, London Man, 4 months ago, made a hit piece on me after my Martin Liedtke appearance, which was literally 4 months ago, right? Do you know Ian went and made a comment on that guy's video? It's just a guy who had like, the fucking thing was from 4 months ago that had 200 views. He had to find that, go on it and make a comment about it, man. So that's the energy he's embodying, dude. Like, I'm in his mind. Well, here I am talking about him, you know. So I guess it is hypocritical saying I'm on his mind, but he's obviously on my mind. So touche on that one, Ian. But my point is like, you know, he's going fishing through the fucking basement of YouTube just to make a comment on some hit piece that was totally stupid about me. It was really a guy who was making a hit piece on Liedtke, Martin.
Yeah.
Who just, I happened to make an appearance on it that week, so the guy included me on it. He said I made homophobic comments because I asked Martin Liedtke who he thought the top gay Brit was, Elton John, Boy George, or George Michael.
George Michael, yeah.
Let me ask you, Lizzo. Who's the top gay Brit out of that three?
Oh my gosh.
Much love, Wizard. You're the man. You're the fucking man, Wizard.
Oh gosh.
Elton.
Goes to him. I'm
I'd
out.
go for Elton. Elton. I should have said it quicker, even. Yeah. He's
Elton,
so bent. Yeah. Respectively.
So anyway,
yeah.
that's besides the point. So anyway, this guy decided that was homophobia because I asked Martin who the top gay Brit was, Elton John, George Michael, or indeed Boy George. So, which I thought was a legitimate question, but this man thought it was homophobic. Okay. So anyway, this guy makes a hit piece calling me homophobic 4 months ago. It got like 200 views total. Fucking Ian a month ago found that video and had to put a comment under there about me, dude. Like, what are we even talking about, man? Like, look, that's not me. I'm never going to be that. But I guess my point is, if they need me to be that, if I need to be the big bad wolf, okay, I'll be your big bad wolf. It hurt. Yeah, it fucking hurts. It hurts when people don't like you. But okay, if you need that, fine. I'm not going to hate you for it. Keep making fucking videos about me. You know, I also find that the videos that have my name on it, either me or Paulie, they tend to also have the most views on Ian's channel. Just an interesting correlation I saw. I'm not saying that he keeps bringing me up for any purpose, but it just is interesting that all the videos that have my name in the title have the most views. I just thought that was interesting too. But I don't know. I'm not doing a good job of, you know, I don't hold any animosity towards him. I guess what I'm trying to say is, fine, say what you want about me. You want to call me a fucking groomer?
No, I'm just going to go ahead and say it right now for you. What he's trying to say is he's better than Ian. Okay? And I don't think this needs to be said. I think this is obvious.
Tell him.
All right.
Shots fired.
You know what? That came out wrong. He's a way better broadcaster, way better on-screen presentment. Even Lizzo said he's tired of coming on and seeing Ian half a fucking sleep. He's called We Are Awake TV. The guy's half asleep. It's not irony. The purest form of irony.
I really love the guy, but at least laugh. At least laugh. I've never heard him giggle.
No, laugh. Well, that's why Lizzo. That's why I think when they saw me, okay, I'm going to say this to Paul because I know he's listening. Is that You know, when Paul fucking first saw my show and said it was boring, I had to fucking really listen to what he was saying. I was like, fuck, he's right. It's fucking boring, right? So I was like, okay, if I'm going to be on YouTube, I got to put my personality out front, right? Well, when Z started to become actually who I am, when I actually started to be more comfortable and present myself in a certain way, Lizzo, you saw
Talent
probably
kill themselves and stuff like that.
right. You know, when I came up with that original, when that groundbreaking content, when I decided to tell, you know, multiple people that suicide's probably their best option, you know, to me, it's like, you know, when I decided, you know, I invented the suicide bit, you know, that was a little, let's say, I guess, controversial to some people. But my point is, Paul, when I actually presented a dynamic personality that I felt was good content, where I thought I was being funny, dynamic, interesting, engaging, I thought they were my best streams. My best streams turned out to be the ones that they wanted to fucking all get me taken off YouTube for. You know what I mean? Like, so when I presented my authentic self, they could say what they want about it. I'm evil, I'm dark, you know, but when I brought that dynamic aspect of myself, they wanted to fucking burn me down, completely shut me up and destroy my channel. And I had to realize, oh shit, you know, like that's going to be the process because they're going to want what they want. All right, fine. You want to burn me down, burn me down. Maybe you need that guy. Maybe they need to make Z the bad guy so they can come together and have a community. Who am I to stop them from having their community? If I need to be their Voldemort so they can have their Hogwarts, well, let them have their Hogwarts. You know,
like a burning Z festival. We just make a big wicker man. It looks like you, and we light it on fire, and then we get to party around it.
Right? Like Coachella, no, like Burning Man, right? With Dave shows up with the DMT pens, the whole nine.
Right, it's the whole event. You get to be their Burning Man.
That's hilarious.
But look,
guys, I've got to go. But thank you for having me up. Thank you.
Lizzo, it's great to be in you, Lizzo.
Lizzo, much love, Lizzo.
Well, you know what? You fucked up because my fuse blew and I had to work on it. And then when I came back, you were bitching about Ian again, and he's moved on. So you now awoken a sleeping Ian because he had moved on, and now you came back weeks later to talk about it again, and he's gonna have to do a restream about this.
Right.
No doubt. So you started it up again.
We're each gonna have to keep coming out of retirement.
I'll take a spanking. There you go. Thank you, though. You treat me with respect, and I love you guys. Catch you later.
Love you, Lizzo. We look forward to seeing you back, man.
Definitely. My ass. See you later.
Definitely.
Peace, Lizzo.
See, and then I get a 2-for-1. Like, not only do I get to work with Lizzo and others who probably need it, so I give value and I get value back, but then I get to say nanny boo boo to Ian and his horrible community for why folks just keep filing out of there one after the other. You just form a line, they're filing right out of there. So I don't have to forsake the truth and my loving nature and doing the work in order to be egoic sometimes and say, may the best man win. May the best cause and the best journey and the best change win. That's what it's about, right? It's about the truth. So our ego should be right out of it. If you're doing what you need to do and creating a space that needs to be created for folks who need the work and the help, then the results speak for themselves. When motherfuckers like Lizzo leave your community to come talk to the white gorilla, you got a problem. I'll tell you right now.
Well, you know, it's funny, Paul. You know, real talk on that is, if you remember going back a couple months ago when Lizzo first came up, you know, in these conversations over here, it was about the suicide talk. Remember all the suicide talk? And then Z comes out and he's this big suicide guy and I should be taken down. But yet here today, who is Lizzo here talking to? Z and Paulie, right? Mm-hmm. So, you know, guys, things aren't what they seem, all right? It's not always what they seem. So I just want people to understand those things. But look, Ian, dude, you want a bad guy? You want to make Zetetic Warrior and Paulie the bad guys? All right, if that's what you need to have your community, Go ahead, dude. I don't have any problems with you. It's all love for me, Ian. If you want to know the truth, dude. I got nothing but love for you, dude. In reality, dude, I have no ill feelings towards you, man. I hope you
Yeah,
could feel
same
the
here.
same way. I hope you could feel the same way, dude.
Same here.
But I do find that ironic, London, man, is that, you know, the first time Lizzo got brought up in this channel is when we were having a conversation about Lizzo, and because Lizzo came over here and there was a certain interaction and there was a narrative being formed. I don't know how many people here remember that, but Paul, you probably remember it because I know you have great memories. There was a narrative
He's
being
on right now. I just remembered your boy's on right now.
Really? Because OTW News is here in the chat, so you know maybe
Well, OTW News. I don't want to speak for him. Oh, he was supposed to go on at 2:30. Oh, 22 hours. That was my mistake. So he does it way ahead of time. So he's coming on tomorrow at 2:30.
But I want to say this is that, you know, there was a narrative being formed on that channel. It actually might have been on OTW's panel, but it was that group, and it was about Lizzo and particular consequences around the topic of suicide being painted around me, Paulie, and Lizzo. I just do find it ironic, Paul, based off where we are today and everybody's relationships and based off the narrative that was being presented both back then and recently based off my presentation in the suicide topic. So I don't know. I just find it interesting, you know. I also find it interesting that everybody went about me with the suicide stream and Crunchy B, and I went back and watched that stream. And with that stream, London Man, you were there. That stream turned out to be an intervention for Crunchy B. Crunchy B was actually got to have an intervention with many people that were woke. So I had to be a certain character and play a certain role during that stream. But in reality, Crunchy B got to have an intervention by people who actually seemed to have his best interest in mind. I don't see that happening anywhere else. I didn't see that happening on his channel. When I was on Crunchy B's channel, I saw a bunch of enablers keeping him in his addictions. So I don't know. I just find it ironic. But like I said, I got nothing but love for you guys. If you need to fucking build a straw man and burn it in effigy, go ahead. Maybe that's my role. Like Paul's saying, if I take my ego out of it, maybe I'm doing more good. You know, it looks like it's to my detriment, but if it's helping people, maybe that's the real good.
Sacrifice yourself. Okay.
You want Talcott?
Everybody wants Talcott, even though they don't want to admit it.
Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out.
Hey, Paul.
To offer would be deplatformed at the UN, so I'm probably not your best asset.
Then
so.
change,
Put the link down there for Talcott.
this is the point. Change what's
Come on his
available
side.
for,
Come on his
for you
StreamYard.
to offer.
All right, maybe I'll do that.
Hey, Paul, yeah, come on over.
I think Talcott is growing,
I don't
man.
think you'll have me on.
What's up, Patrick?
Kept me in the back room for like an hour and a
Hey,
half.
John, what's up, man? Long
Hey.
time no see. What's
Bro,
up?
you're an
How come
agent of
you
slavery.
ain't streaming?
Hold on, Paul. Before,
Hold on, Paul's
thank
on.
you for joining. I was hoping to interact with you as well today, but please, John, Tommy, Eric, Moose, we're not going to engage and just deteriorate into chaos, and we're not going to create assaults either. Okay.
No, we're moving forward. Remember,
Amen.
I'm
Yeah,
not
we're
going
trying to
about
move
that.
forward. Yeah.
All right.
Hey, I've been on great terms for the last
Good.
couple days.
I'm glad. I haven't been paying close attention to anybody but myself.
Talcott, you hear this guy?
No
He's
name
one of the
calling.
children. He's like one of the children at school. He's like, hey, I've been good for the last 2 days. He's just waiting to go back to mischief. You could hear it in his voice.
No, it's not even like that. See,
No,
see,
he's actually, in Moose's defense, he's coming up today as a new man, and I'm allowing him to bring new energies. We're having fun today. Hey, your audio when you first started sucked. What's
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on with it.
You're chopping a bit.
about
I don't know
oh,
the Bluetooth
man.
or whatever. What's up, OTW?
There we go.
OTW
Hello?
in the house. What's up, brother man?
That's
It's not good, Paul. Try say something now. See
Hello?
where we're at.
Well, let me restart.
Welcome, brother.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, am
Much
I
respect.
good now?
Cheers.
Yeah,
I
you
think
sound
that's
great.
much better.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. Hey, excuse me. Welcome, OTW. Welcome, everybody. And Paul, I mentioned your name. I promoted your show was going on earlier, but I haven't been paying much attention. I saw Z was there. You still going, or did you take a break?
Yeah, no, I'm still going. Z's coming over here to grace you with his presence.
Serious? Oh, I hope so. I was hoping to talk to him.
Yeah, Paul was the one who encouraged us to come over here and support you.
Hey, appreciate it. I think this might be.
I just want to point out next that you can't say he hasn't done anything for you because look, 3 of the hottest people just came through.
Listen, okay, pal, you don't need to tell Jack Talcott what the fuck I do for him and he does for me. We know all that. The question is, what the fuck are you doing for Jack Talcott and the rest of us in this community?
Whoa,
right now. We all just
I've
said
been putting it down today. I've been putting some good stuff out
All
there.
right,
today.
well, I'll believe it when I see it. I haven't been listening.
Well, let's start from the beginning then.
Hey, greetings.
It's not a new thing though.
I want to properly Z. This might be the first time you've been here. I might be mistaken as well, but welcome, brother. I'm glad to see your return.
It's good to see you, Jack.
Likewise.
Very good to see you. Jack, I was just telling Paul not long ago that you know, you've gotten out of my imagination and into my heart somewhat. I do feel somewhat endeared to you, Jack, and I don't know, maybe I'm just going through some kind of psychosis, or I don't know what it is, but you know, much love, brother.
Thank you. I suspect what you were saying is probably true. I've been saying this, and actually that's what I was kind of talking about earlier, is that we're going through this time in human history. It's no joke. There is a lot of growth, a lot of challenges, a lot of people individually and collectively going through some shit. So I saw you going through some shit and I saw you creating some shit, Z. But I want to encourage you, brother. Okay. You've got a talent and a gift that I think can be captured, and I think you might be able to replace your methods of income pretty quickly. Hopefully quicker than you've considered.
Are you asking him to be your houseboy, Talcott? I know you came into a bunch of money recently, and I don't know if he's open to that. Like the Philippines that you had there one time.
You have a pool? I do clean pools. I've done that before. You know, I've been a pool boy, Jack. You know, I could be your Cato Kalin. I don't know if you have a pool house. You know, I could. That reference probably only maybe 10 people just understood what that Cato Kalin reference.
Dr. Pool Boy.
Right, he's going to bump his head into your air conditioner, fleeing the scene. That's what he means by that.
You know? Talcott house, in effect. Could you imagine everybody gets in that house of his and we just film to get Illumitami down there and move?
Brian O'Shea, Z.
I appreciate
get pop
any
in the
reference
house.
that for just a
Oh,
tiny
man.
moment takes me more than 3 years ago. Like for that second when you made the Cato reference, I get to be more than 3 years ago.
What is this bit? This is the new Tommy, reformed Tommy, who's all quiet and boring in a different way. Usually he's boring in an insane way. Now he's boring in a like lackluster, no
You're
energy.
just showing
I
your
was
lack
just
of
about to
attention
say that. I
outside
mean,
of
I
your
didn't
own
even.
He's
channel.
spending
I didn't
too
even
much
realize
time with
that I was
Ian
on the
over
same
there. He's
panel as
starting to
Tommy.
pick up that
I've
effort.
never, I don't, that's the only channel I've given completely up on is Ian's, because I found out that's why. I found out
That's
that
the
Ian's
only one
channel,
he gave
Why
up.
I
didn't
tried
you
to
go
tell
on my
you, I know
channel?
you are all my mortal enemies. That's fine, but I told you stay away from the bitches and hoes, and you went on Laguna. You went over
I've
here.
never claimed to be your mortal enemy. I've only claimed to be the enemy you claimed I was.
Oh, I never made an enemy out of you. I just don't like you, and I'm free to not like you. Why is it you want to force me to like everybody in this realm?
But see,
Folks who
if
are
I say that
majorly
about
unlike
you, if
already
I
in there.
say that simple, if I make that statement about you, I'm trying to end careers and destroy channels, and even Moose can't be convinced.
No, you don't have the ability to end careers and destroy
videos.
channels. You've destroyed your life, okay? You've tried hard to destroy your life, and you've pretty much succeeded at that. But you don't have
So
an
whenever
ability
you
to.
want to lay out that timeline for me, I'd love to hear it for a good
Please,
laugh.
let's get back to something important, like me and Jack. I mean, you are a non-issue, right?
Well, then why have you made me an issue right now?
I just wanted to know what this whole bit was. Like
Jack, this is
Well,
spiraling
one
out of
bit that
control.
you
It's
showed me
turning
where
into
I
a
was
Tommy
coming from,
show
Paul.
again.
I know.
You might have to
I
get
was
rid of
trying
Tommy,
to figure
brother.
out why
is
every
my name in
channel
your
I do,
why is my name on your
someone was
bottom?
telling me to do jumping jacks
Hey,
and push-ups and
hey,
shit.
you
And I
have
found out,
my
oh, that's
hey,
Ian's channel doing that shit.
right, great. You have my name on your bottom there. Why is my name on your bottom?
Well, bottom as in the little title thing. It's never been written on my physical
It's called the
bottom.
No,
headline.
I meant the bottom area there. See, there you go, being fresh and disturbing all of our
Good
audience.
stuff, Paul.
So
Great stuff.
he says you have props to give me, so my name is on your mind again. What would that be? Can I have my props, please?
You did this happy accident that gave me like the true start of a horror movie experience. And I know it was just a happy accident or you would have rolled with it for like days. But the other day I was watching Jack's channel and he was alone on screen, and the screen that popped in as his guest, it had your titles of like Unslaved One, Your Daddy, and the picture was just a beady-eyed John Vance like staring forward. And when Jack went to greet you, the guest feedbacked immediately what Jack said, like it was a horror movie call from inside the house. He was like, "Oh, hello, Paul." And I was like, "Hello, Paul." And then Jack got this look on his face like, what's going on here? And I was on the edge of my seat, man. I did that forced swallow when you're like, is this Zoom call history about to unfold here? Like there was going to be an imposter, Paul.
Well, you
with
perfected
Jack.
the forced swallow.
Fucking delusional.
Excuse me,
And it
sir,
was just you, Paul. It was just some kind of
Again, he
technical
rolls
issue.
right
You
over
worked
me.
it
I'm
out. You
giving
said,
the
"Hello,
comedy
Jack,
gold,
it's
and the
me,"
guy
and it
rolls
went
right
on.
over me.
But in
Hold
that
up.
moment, I didn't know if Jack had developed a stalker, if something was. It was great, Paul. It was that stuff we all wait for that
That's
we can't
it.
create.
You did all that
and
just
you
to
did
get to that. This is what I mean. You're a horrible broadcaster. You just took 5 minutes to lay out a non sequitur.
I'm not a broadcaster.
I still have no clue what he said after all that.
A viewer that
I have zero
participates,
fucking
and
clue
you
what he
don't
was
get
talking about.
the relativity.
Do we ever know what he's fucking talking about?
No. He doesn't get it. Doesn't matter how loud or low he gets. He's unintelligent.
I
It's all the
had
crack he
picked up
smoked.
what he was saying. It was a lot of time explained, reminding of something that happened in the past, and I'm not sure where it was going.
I just heard about
but-
John Vance, thumbnail,
Yes.
beady eyes.
Yes.
I don't
Hey,
know.
it doesn't matter. Tommy and Paul, thank you. Z.
Jack, this might be the most fucked up panel ever assembled on YouTube history. Now I'm looking at the people here.
It's in the running.
Oh.
It's in the running.
No, this is gold, dude.
This is history.
I've
in the
been
making.
following Paul's lead, and you know what? There has been some broadcasting history that people haven't quite recognized yet, but it's there, and I'm so excited. I'm so excited for the future, guys. Seriously.
There is one thing I'll admit I'm confused about.
Tommy, you know
I
how
don't-
they say there's
I
a
don't-
diamond in the rough? Well, you're
Hey,
like a
Moose.
rough in the diamonds.
Moose, why don't you show Paul our one-on-one that you won't post to your channel and shut the
Tommy,
fuck up? Now,
why
the
don't
thing
you
I'm
explain to us
confused
what
about
you are
is
not
how
confused about?
OTW has only 5 days left to somehow become better than the wretched person I've known him as all his YouTube existence. You're running out of days in that 30 days, OTW. I don't see much better. I see you lifting in front of a
Tom.
zero audience a little
Okay,
bit.
Tom.
That's not
Tom.
self-improvement.
Tom,
There, you
please
just did it
stop.
again, Tom. You just because you just showed you don't get what this is about. It wasn't about the audience. It's about him focusing on himself and creating habits for himself that lead himself for success for himself. The
Still
fact
a
that
failure.
you
Thank you, Paul.
Still
would
failing.
not do that and be that shows that you are not that. So he will
Oh,
be
so you're
successful
forgetting when
for-
I came to your channel
Wait.
to contribute to the.
So Tommy. Oh, so we cut him off. So we're just gonna.
Well,
we should stop. Just drop it.
OTW was gonna. Yeah, can we?
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
do we need? What do you think? I'd prefer.
The point is, I tuned in morning. Thank you, OTW.
Wait, hold on, Eric.
The title was-
He replaced Illumitami with Chuck from Tennessee, of all people. That's who you brought in.
Well, it's
Chuck from
important to have a
Tennessee.
certain number.
Unbelievable. Okay.
Right. What you're going to find is all the rat-like Voldemort creatures are going to start collecting. So one leaves, one comes back, right?
Seems like it. Yo, Chuck, I banned you from my channel, just so you know that. I want you to know that.
I
Chuck
don't
from
give a
Tennessee.
I don't give a damn, you
Oh,
loser.
really? Then why were you
Well,
there? Why were you at my channel all the time if you don't care if I fucking banned
I
you? then?
wasn't
Why
at your
did I have
channel
to-
all the time.
Well, then why did I have to
gave
ban
up.
you then?
I gave up on you when you got fucking stupid.
Oh, when I got
Hey.
dumped, then why did I have to ban you, Chuck?
I don't know
didn't.
why you banned me.
All right, were you not on my
Because you're a
channel on my
dinker.
last
Hey, Jack,
stream?
Jack,
Right.
Jack.
Yep.
Hey, Jack,
Yes,
you said
brother.
you wasn't going to let the show dissolve into this.
Okay,
And
so
you let
what
them
is your
come over
point?
here, and it has.
Okay, is that what you came up
You're
to do?
completely. No, it's
Is that-
complete. He's the one that started attacking
Okay,
me.
so did you come up to complain or to improve?
No, I was asking a question.
No, I just
If
saw
you were
it, found
gonna
it
keep it
funny,
on
Chuck, that you
topic.
popped up as
Hey.
soon as I came on after you were on my channel giving him bigoted, hate-filled comments that I had to block you for, Chuck.
I didn't give bigoted, hate-filled comments.
Oh, you did?
Now,
Why?
I don't.
Why?
That doesn't sound like Chuck. Actually, bigoted
No.
and hateful.
Okay.
All
well,
I-
maybe he
all
can
I
explain his
said was-
comments then.
All I said was you had no business discussing the adult material you were discussing with a minor in the room.
Okay,
Was
Chuck.
all I said.
Right.
Okay,
Because your
what?
show is the one
Chuck.
that discovered that he was underage.
Chuck. Okay, let's pause. The issue of whether you're welcome on Z's channel or not, to me, I'd prefer
I don't
you
care
guys.
about Z's
Okay,
channel.
so right.
Well, what
so
happens
right.
when your slave children
Let's
go out on a
change it.
cruise ship or somewhere and they hear me talking about jerking off, and I don't know they're behind me, right? And I really don't even care because I'm going to speak freely and I'm not causing harm. So what happens when we're out in the public, wherever we are, and someone's got their slave child there and they hear me saying something that's adult related? Should something be done to me at that point?
Well, if they're any kind of person, they might say something to you.
Right.
Let me
So
ask you,
say
Chuck.
something and then move on with it. And then guess what I'm going to say? Mind your own fucking business. This is America. I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want to say. And you better keep your children locked up forever if you want to avoid them being experienced in the world, because it ain't going to happen.
Well, here comes the
There's
angry
no
cunt
reason.
again.
Can
The
we,
angry
all right,
cunt?
can we,
No,
all
you're
right,
not even
can
on
we,
camera.
let's
You're
change.
a coward, Chuck. Come on camera and look us in the face.
Hold on,
and tell us
Jack. Hold
what
on.
That's
your
because
personality
I don't have
is.
my broadband isn't
You came
big
up
enough.
here for a reason.
Right,
Chuck
so
came
I'm
up
the
here to-
angry cunt, but you came up here to bitch and complain and tell Jack how to be Jack better than Jack and do his
No, I'm not
Taylor
bitching
make
and
it to a
complaining.
loser like you. That'll get him far. to listen to you.
Oh yeah,
Folks like
keep on screaming.
who want
Come
the
on,
world
monkey
to
man,
revolve
give it a
around you
break.
while you do nothing.
Blah blah blah
Okay,
blah.
please,
blah.
let-
That's
Chuck,
the
I'd like to
extent
add,
to your
hold on,
intellect.
Jack.
You're a very low intellect, Chuck. It's obvious just looking
Paul.
at you. You have
Oh
dull
yeah,
eyes.
yeah,
You have
yeah,
bad
yeah,
Where do you
eyes.
let
yeah,
people
yeah.
up on the panel? You
You
got to let
dope
people talk.
smoking fiend.
I'm
Tell
not
me
being a dope
all
smoking
about
pig,
it.
but I
What
ain't
do
got
I
boring
need to do?
eyes and
What
an
do I-
inability to communicate effectively.
Okay, please stop. Holy
I would
cow.
like to point out, Jack, I'm not trying to cause problems, but this is what happens when people are trying to trick you out of your position. They come up, they try to tell you what's what, they try to get in your head. Don't do it, man.
And he's
Don't be like
already
me.
on record for weeks and months just being a hater. You can't stop watching me and hating in the chat like they all do.
Right. Let me ask this to Chuck, if he's still backstage. Is that Chuck, do you not know that YouTube is an open platform, that I can't stop anybody from watching my show, whether they're on the panel or not? If they want to consume the content, that's on them, and that's on the platform of YouTube. All right, my content is sent for over 18. Whatever YouTube does after that is on them. All right. Now, I'm not going to change my show based on the idea that in under a quote unquote, as you say, underage minor is watching my content. That's not on me. Now, if the young man wants to present himself on panel, he's obviously watching the material. Why should I discriminate why should I discriminate him from sharing his voice? Okay? So it's not my fault if he's at my channel, dude. That's not on me, Chuck. So I'm going to talk about what I talk about, just like he could be here listening to Jack. Should Jack change his content based off the assumption that what you say is an underage, quote-unquote, child may be here? It's absurd on its face,
Yeah,
Chuck.
Chuck will be the same one to send his kid in front of the Dalai Lama to get his tongue sucked. Right?
Dude, that was twisted. Hey,
Dude, that is disgusting, man.
Well, God is using people to show people what people are like. Okay? Think about that.
Yeah. And some of us are completely open and transparent, authentic, and learning from life. Others are pretending to be sophisticated and civilized, while they're probably some of the darkest, lowliest, hateful scum out there. Ask Dave and Chuck and all the rest of them.
Jack, let Chuck talk. Don't silence Chuck.
Yeah, let him
him
convict
up.
himself, Jack. You know the game. Bring him up and let him convict himself.
I brought him back, and when he appeared, he disappeared on his own. That was not me. Okay. So the other side of this, though, okay, I understand freedom of speech, and I understand standing on what you believe to be true and principled and right, but there is also something to be said about trying to be respectful for the youth, for the fairer gender, to generalize, whatever. For the more sensitive, there is something to be said for the time and place. And I'm not saying that on your own channel, in your own platform, is not the time or place. That is yours. That's your place to do what you do. I'm just suggesting, look, we can all grow, we can all improve, and we can all do better.
Well, Jack, let's look at this archetypally, okay? Let's take away the legalese and let's look at this archetypally. If we're all around the fire, right? I don't know, we're Vikings. Let's just paint a picture for ourselves. And it's all of us right here. It's Eric, the Chai Com, John Vance, everybody. We're all around the fire, okay? And one of the younger men comes up, okay? And they're around the fire, right? They have to have an entree into reality, into the conversation right now. If they choose to step up, if they have nobody pulling them back and they are of sound body and mind to step up into that conversation, is it not of everybody's benefit to allow that open discourse to take place? Why are we painting ourselves in such a mental corner? Why are we playing the game of the system? It just seems funny that we have so many people around these communities. They want to use the ideals of the system when it's convenient for them to do so, especially when it's to attack somebody that they want to go against.
And Mr. Warrior, and Chuck can't figure out that one of the biggest problems in our society is that folks have been lying to us and breaking our trust and leaving out a big part of the story all our life. We've never been able to make an informed decision on anything, whether it's playing with your ding ding, what's a man and a woman, what sex. They don't tell you. Maybe you all had different upbringing, but I got folks that are fucking for money who won't talk to their children about actual love and relationships and sexuality because they're twisted.
Paul, can I add to that? Like when Paul brought up the scenario, like he's out and about and he's having his conversation and there's somebody behind him. Okay, I agree 100%. Again, I'm not taking sides, but I might say there might be a problem if Paul's like, oh, there's a Muslim couple behind me or whatever, just take your pick. And I'm just going to want to trigger them. Like, so if he has some malintent, that might be a different story. But you're going along, we're just having your conversation, no problem. And what if I'm speaking another language and somebody doesn't understand it and just hears a word that sounds like a bad word in language, and then you want to get triggered? I mean, it happens all the time in this world. It's, again, the intent. I think there might be a problem if Paul, oh, I just want to trigger this family here because I don't like them because of their background. And then the other thing is, go look at the records. Not long ago, age of consent, even in America, used to be 14, 15. So, we got this thing called government telling us what's a adult. I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
Well, Eric, I also brought this up. I mean, look at most of the civilizations throughout history and that still exist today outside of a government construct. Look at the idea of a bar mitzvah in the Jewish culture. Look at the confirmation ritual in the Catholic culture. Look at the Spanish culture in the Kitchenera, okay? Just because some legal structure puts arbitrary numbers on things doesn't change the reality of human history, human civilization, and human interaction. It all depends on how you look at it.
Hey, true. I want to bring the conversation back to something else you said, though, Z. All these traditions and all of this, you're right. We've lost sight of the reason behind it. A lot of people in culture still go through these traditions. They celebrate, but the fact is that message of a transition being relayed to the child? I'd say no, that's not, because if the true children were truly taught that transition into adulthood, we wouldn't be coexisting in slavery today. So we've lost sight of what is right? Well, the other thing you brought up is the criticism that people use the systems when it's convenient for them. Here's the other side of that. People use the systems as their fucking excuses. Okay, that's why there's so many arguments between families about politics, economics, and religions, because those belief structures become our excuses.
Well, I think they become the our moniker. I'm speaking generally. I'm not talking about the people here, but generally speaking, they become our moniker. They wear it on their sleeve, and it's a hill they want to die on. Just because that's how powerful freaking mind control is, man. People come up with this this belief system, and they want to go and kill their fellow screw neighbors, their family.
Hey, Eric, yes, but I want to shift what you just said. The topic that I'm really, really trying to get people to really, that I found super helpful for me. Bring God into the equation, because what this shows, it shows how powerful this mind control is. And what is the mind? The mind is a power for us. It's a tool that our Creator gave us. That's the power of God, showing how easily humans can be deceived, showing how evil humans can become. It's the power of God, man. What do we do? This is where my bright idea is, Z. Okay? Listening to you and your challenges and your plans, and I admire and understand and I encourage your ethics. Okay? You're willing to do whatever it takes to do whatever it takes, but I want you to please, I've envisioned ways and possibilities. I don't know exactly how, but I think if we could find a way to bring Z, Paul, me, even the talents of OTW and Ian into the equation, I think we could co-create something pretty fucking powerful.
Well, here's the thing, Jack. I hear what you're saying, but I'll use your own words. If we get out of our egos, okay, and look at the situation, maybe we don't have control over the outcome. Maybe the outcome is going to be what it is. Maybe this is the process. Maybe this is what it needs to be. Maybe we're already affecting people in ways that we don't even know and can't conjecture. Why does it have to be something that we're binding ourselves to?
That's kind of. I sort of agree. Again, I just ask questions, man. I'm just a dumbass. People misinterpret. Oh, Jack, don't roll your eyes. I'm just saying I'm a dumb.
Look, you don't have to explain yourself, but Shane, just ask a question.
I'll explain.
Finally being honest nowadays when saying he's a dumbass. Go ahead, Jack. I didn't mean to.
I'll explain my eye roll because I want you to consider it, Eric. I mentioned it in text. When you ask these questions, often it's just because of something you fucking thought of. It has nothing to do with what's being discussed, and it's a question you don't even think to try and answer for yourself.
It was attached to what Z just said, but now you disrupted it, so I yield on that.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, Eric, but please ask.
Something that was related to what.
Look, your little girl fight isn't cute, okay? But Shane, take that shit somewhere else.
Stop! Don't. Okay.
Girlfriend. The fuck's Moose talking about?
Girl fight.
I said girl fight. Girl fight. He's having a little
having a hot girl summer. He's up at it.
We're growing, and we're learning how to communicate with each other. Okay.
Jack, have you come to the understanding that I'm coming to is that the more this thing progresses, they're going to want to kill us, Jack. You realize that, right? They're going to want to kill you.
Oh, that's already happening, sir. I don't know why you're not giving credit.
I'm asking Jack if he's aware of it. Jack, are you embodying like this idea that this is not without consequence, Jack? This endeavor that we're on. So you want to go a certain place with me and Ian and Paul and OTW and the rest, but are we all willing to take that fucking walk together? Because I'm not sure if that's a walk that even anybody is meant to take with anybody else. It might be a single file line, Jack. I'm not sure.
Well, that's
come on. It would be like in the Wizard of Oz. We all be holding hands, skipping on to the yellow brick road all the way up to
here, guys.
The Emerald.
Yeah,
Castle.
we just have to follow Jack's way. That's all we have to do. We have to follow Jack's way.
No, but Jack, you understand what I'm
hand.
saying, right? Jack, you obviously know what I'm saying, right, dude?
I do.
Ask a question.
I do.
Because it just goes on what Z said. I mean, and again, I'm not a big scripture, scripture's the end all be all. But there's a concept to be set apart. And then another thing about, be known by his first fruits. When I take these statements, it kind of tells me that it's not about any form of collectivism. People are just set apart to some degree, maybe 80% set apart, 100%, 10%. I don't know, Jack. That's all I'm saying is,
well, Eric,
I like to be set apart.
Okay, Eric. Yeah. Once again, while the words are fresh in your mind,
angry, Jack.
You made the claim it was connected to what Z said. Prove that what you said is connected to what Z said, because I see no fucking connection.
Really?
Yes. Z asked me a question, and you came in with this. I have a question, and it's related to Z's.
I called this shit.
You're a liar.
I'm trying to tell you.
This guy's got his own agenda everywhere he goes. He's got a list of things he wants to get to.
It's
because he can only get 5 people watching him at any time, so he's got to come over here.
Right. I do have an agenda.
You're a Jew channel, Mo. What are you talking about, Chad? What are you talking about?
Hey,
bro, I could talk about scratching my ass and have 20 people.
Moose, please stop. Eric, please stop.
Sorry.
The association. Maybe you have a communication problem. I'll yield. I'll just listen.
Okay, Eric, I didn't mean to put you on the spotlight, but I have been trying to get you to look at yourself, and this is a beautiful opportunity to do so. It's recorded. You're welcome to go back and see it.
get you to look at yourself. How about that? So it's a two-way street.
Yep, it surely is.
Boom! I saw that coming. So watch when Jack does the eye and he looks in, and then you already know someone's about to get hit. Dig a hole.
Fucking hammer.
Firing
Straight
squad.
hammered him.
Line them up.
I'm already being criticized about kicking people who choose to disagree with me. But
come on,
you know,
dude. That wasn't disagreeing. That was just total derailment.
Just own
you.
it. Own it,
Well,
Jack. If they're gonna call you something, just own it sometimes, you know? Fuck it.
I do. And John asked if I have an agenda. I admitted, yes, I have an agenda. I have an agenda for our time. There's a purpose for us being here. I'd like to figure out what it is rather than explore the imaginations of the confused. God bless you, Eric.
Jack,
I love you, but man, there's a time and place
Jack,
for
don't you
chaos.
feel like your ideology could possibly turn violent because you obviously, anybody who has any slight opposition, even just a slight good faith criticism, you tend to want to bring up the firing squad in the metaverse and kick them out.
Hey, John.
Don't you think like this has happened
John.
throughout history with
John.
with communists?
First of all,
Yeah.
yes, I'm interrupting you because you've already created a false narrative. Okay, you presented that
Oh,
it's
I'm sorry.
always this way, and so you're already starting wrong foot. So,
But I mean,
yes,
it's almost like it's a tiptoe of totalitarianism, is
Don't
it
you
not?
think there's more room in the back for other defectors who want to keep?
I'm
Probably.
actually,
right.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Yes, you are. So please, your question actually comes back to what Z was asking. You know, how prepared am I to face the opposition? Honestly, Z, I went through the delusions. I lost my mind. I was prepared to murder myself a couple of times. Okay? Because I was so frustrated that I couldn't get anyone to understand me. I felt like such a failure. And on top of that, I thought, what if I do succeed? I mean, earlier we were talking about my growth and how the old speeches from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., how he was a huge inspiration for me. And if you look at his end, you look at the end of Jesus, you look at the end of many other people in the workers' movement, those who tried to organize and improve the conditions for labor in America, they were murdered, you know? So yeah, I recognized if I come out here publicly, I thought I was going to succeed, Z. I thought I was going to succeed a long time ago. And I honestly thought that was the reason my family and everyone was removed from me. I thought God was keeping them safe so that I could succeed. And if people did come after me, well, then they were already publicly out of my life. So today we're here. And I'm excited, brother.
You know, I think that there's a direct correlation with how we're behaving that gets us the results with these people, places, and things. But there's a destiny and a path that we're on that could get us different results if we tune into that and embody that, right? So there's a reason why we drive everyone away from us. There's a reason on both sides, right? Confusion on both sides, as you like to say. The more we get less confused and we understand what we're talking about and how we're living and what our next right thing to do is, the less opportunity there is for them to be confused. They just go from my father to being confused to respecting me and not quite understanding why I do what I do. It's not his cup of tea, but now he knows on some level it's true. He knows it's right. He knows he's a punk ass coward, and everything else is just his growth and journey and confusion to show up the same way I did, right? So we come into this the same way with the same set of circumstances. We interpret differently. We communicate differently. There's a gap in communication, and then we come back around to ourselves, and then it's on their end now. And the thing is, you have to discern where you're at on that journey. We always think we're where we need to be, and we're saying the right things, and we're not getting the right responses. When we say the right things and we notice the responses change from the people, places, the things, we're in the groove now to some degree, right? And that's the key. We don't always know when we're right or wrong, quote unquote, right or wrong in the way we're presenting and what we're saying and if it's resonating or not. That's why the feedback can be a good thing, right? The constructive criticism and the feedback can be good from folks who you trust and respect, not from a fool. I'm not going to go to my friends and family that I have and ask them, but you can't come to somewhere like me and say, fuck you, I don't want to hear you, because you know that I got it on some level. I can see it and I can talk about it and I'm living it, right? So that's why you create a support system. You recreate a support system that you respect and trust to give you the honest feedback, so you're not surrounded by yes men and or people who constantly tell you you're fucking crazy and insane and invalidate everything you do, right?
No arguments except I mean, when you're describing that, Paul, a lot of what you were describing was me. My growth and the things I was learning. You just confirming the same stuff. But there does come a time. Number one, you do need to learn. We all, not you, we all need to learn to listen to the foolish, to listen to the children, to listen to the facts. Because if we prejudge people, we miss out. We miss out on opportunities. We underestimate ourselves. We underestimate each other because of the past limits we've experienced.
Right, but I don't say that I don't make somebody irredeemable in my mind, and I don't not see their potential. Most of the time, I see more potential in somebody than they see in themselves. That's what makes them the fool. Right, is I was a fool most of my life because I thought everybody was better and smarter than me. No, they just had their act together. They had an act together, right? Acting like they had it all together for everybody else to go along to get along. So the more you stand out with folks who have their act together, the more they label you crazy. The problem is when you go to talking to defend yourself or to plead your case, you don't wind up helping it. Right. And that's where we become our own worst enemy. And that's what I see with you. They're labeling you for having the same journey as me and others in a Christed being, because when you go to talk, you're not helping your own case. You put them in more confusion. They go, what is this? Who is this? Why is he doing all this? He must be doing this for XYZ reasons. And then they project onto you. Like the other day, I could have told you what the result of them conventions were going to be. I didn't even get into it. I said, Jack's going to need to do his walk and his journey and realize these people, A, don't care, and B, they do not have a communication style that lends to how you are. They don't want to listen to you for many reasons in their mind.
They will, though. They will.
They will
as
when
soon
you
as
become something worthy to them of listening to. Not to me. I'm listening.
Right. I already think I am worthy of listening to.
I know you think that.
Yeah,
and
but they have to think that too, is
I'm
what he's saying.
They have to think
someone ought to try telling them besides me. But
well, we got to get one of them here on the
telling
panel.
them's not going to change it. You know what? You know the only telling them that's going to change it when their daddy tells them, whoever their boss is.
Actually, you know what'll change it? When they fucking stop to listen instead of avoiding me. That's what'll change it.
Good luck.
You can't force them,
my
though.
father
That's
and others have been avoiding me and their true selves their whole life, and you think you're going to get them to
Paul,
change?
you've been avoiding some truth yourself, my brother.
Maybe
You
I
have.
am. I don't perceive it. You could point it out to me. I'm open to have it pointed out, but you know, whether or not I'm embodying completely certain aspects of truth doesn't mean I'm avoiding them. I see them, I understand them, and then I'm real with myself on what level I'm applying it.
Paul, I witnessed what I thought was pretty clear in the short time you and your dad exchanged up here. What I saw was two grown men, very intelligent, very stubborn, very caring, who were enabling each other's disagreements.
Right.
They weren't enabling the behavior, they were enabling the disagreement.
Right, but there's a reason for the disagreement. Again, it's
No, there's not.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
Is
there
the
is.
reason, well, Paul, of course, there's a reason for the disagreement. But is the disagreement worth a relationship? The opportunity to have time and care with someone who
Yes,
loves
it is
you?
to me.
Oh,
I don't live in
encourage
guilt
you
and
to
regret. I
reevaluate.
don't live in guilt and regret. My conscience is clean.
I'm not saying that. Right.
I
So
tell
rise
this
above the
being like
disagreement.
I tell this being like I tell all beings exactly who and what I am and what I'm doing here. And they spend all their time in life either rebuking me, ignoring me, reviling me, on and on and on, trying to disempower me with their confusion and fear. So, yeah, it is worth letting go of, loving people at a distance and letting go of folks who continue to destroy themselves and others and play the victim. He wouldn't tell you what he did with that woman of 14 years he's with. I'll tell you, right? And then he'll say it's not of course.
Necessary.
Of course, because they take him down to get killed for safety. And then I have to listen to how they have deep, meaningful relationships while they bullshit themselves and others. This is a being who has a 33-year track record of avoiding accountability, responsibility. So this is a peek into why our sons don't respect our fathers, because they've been avoiding accountability, responsibility all of our fucking lives to all of our detriment.
When people disappoint us, it creates an opportunity for improvement, for us to improve our expectations and for us to provide the support and the encouragement. Well, don't judge the outcome when we're only just fucking
I don't think this is a
beginning.
topic for here, Jack. Remember, his dad didn't even want to talk about this
There
online.
you go again, Moose. You're producing, and I'm not interested. If you give my father his way, he'll never address any of the harsh truths that plague his and everybody's life. He has a whole life history, like most of doing that. So my father has a reason why he doesn't want to talk here or anywhere else. He wants to obfuscate and avoid the truth.
Gotcha. My bad.
We do nothing but come to these places to talk about everything and anything. He constantly avoids all the places where he talk about everything and anything to talk about what he wants to talk about, which keeps him in a loop of negative results. When you avoid the negative persists.
But when you focus on the negative, you miss the positive as well, Paul. Okay? And we can move past the negative and the flaws and the problems to recognize that this is the opportunity. This today and from now on is the opportunity for you guys to know the rest of your lives together.
It seems
but every
suspicious to
being
me.
involved in the
you know,
relating, just 1 second, every being involved in the relating and relationship has to take that opportunity, or else it will be a failed endeavor on one person.
Otherwise, it hurts. Yes.
Here's what I'm wondering, Jack.
Jack,
it feels like you have a particular interest in this particular relationship, and I'm just wondering if not, if you might not be projecting somewhat onto this based off your relationship with your son, because Paul has a lot of relationships with a lot of other people and a lot of other men. You have a particular interest in this one for some reason. I also find it interesting that, Mr. Laporta seems to find common ground with you, and he seems to be somewhat of at least intellectually supporter of you in some way. So I'm just wondering, Jack, if we're going to be completely forthright and introspective, what your particular interest is in this particular relationship, and indeed, if this isn't more of a indication of yourself, not Paul.
And I explained that to him for his own development, not because I want to prove a point. I noticed that my father and him, there's a reason, like the We Are Awake folks and everywhere, there's a reason we identify and take up with and for people, because something is happening in that relationship we're not aware of. So the same way Jack's son will claim, like I will, whether it's true or not, I guarantee he will make pretty much the same claim. Jack avoids accountability, responsibility in certain areas all my life, right? He might say that, I would suspect. Whether it's true or not, he will say that. So now him and my father, Jack and my father, have the same story with the same claim from their same son. And they're finding common ground, avoiding, again, accountability and responsibility, which is the hardest thing to do. I get it. I get when you have a child, you want to be the all and all. You want to be there for him, love him, care for him, protect him. You want him to respect you, all that. Well, you got to do stuff to get that. That's the hardest part.
Amen.
You got to be the example that you think I desperately want to look to Jack as my second daddy or my first daddy and say, look at these motherfuckers. They're twice my age. These are the fathers, the leaders. These are men right here. I respect them. I desperately want that. I can't do it because I've done more in certain areas and put my ass on the line when they refuse to. Forgive me if that's a sin. Right? Respect is conditional. I love them all unconditionally. Respect and trust. There's levels to it, and it's conditional. You got to be trustworthy and respect-able.
Amen. Brother,
Also,
if
Jack,
I may,
mean, hold on.
I want to answer. I want to answer.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Z.
Just really quick, man. I want to say this, that I don't know. I mean, I don't know Mr. Laporta, but I've seen some of his comments and the way he approaches Paul and some of his comments, it doesn't seem like he's approaching him from a fatherly perspective. He almost finds competition with him. If I had to guess, he almost seems jealous of him, Jack. That's my opinion.
You mean like coming on my broadcast and pushing a book over and over again when I asked him not to? It speaks of jealousy and envy and using
just
behavior.
Saying.
Here's the ironic part.
I want to address
more with Jack than I do with my own father as a father figure, even though I think he's more crazy. Because I go, at least Jack wants to end wars. At least Jack ain't going to vote for Donnie. At least I have a list of at least Jacks. I can't even get my father to understand any of that or live on that. So I don't have to agree with the solutions even with Jack. I think in a lot of ways he's off the mark. But I see him more as someone close to me and how I came up and the journey I'm going through than this person who's so worldly and caught up in their own career and success. He said, I can't stand for rights and freedoms. I've been successful. He thinks once he gets some fiat, he's successful and don't have to be an honorable man. Pathetic. Jack living on the government system and going, I want to end fiat for the good of humanity. I might think he's confused, but his damn intention is there. His heart is there. His care is there.
See, and Z, what Paul has brought up, he revealed a lot of the answer. And Z, you're very observant. I've questioned these. I've asked myself these questions as well. Okay. Is there something driving me? But here, if you detach the names and the faces and you bring God into the equation, there's a lot of similarities. Yeah. So maybe, I mean, I'm like Paul's dad in a different way, reaching out to him and with the hopes it'll happen for me and my son. You know, there's some of that. Another part of it is in the bigger picture. You know, God had me living my life while you've been living yours, your dad's been living his. And, you know, eventually here I am. I'm kind of an example of a combination between your dad and you, right? I don't know. There's a lot of different ways to paint this, but part of the reason I'm not going to lie, Paul, and Senior, if you're listening, this is part of the reasons. I see so much potential in me and you, Paul, just as what I've been saying. And if your father saw the potential in the direction
hey, Jack,
that I see, hold on, Moose, then everything would be aligned, because you and I were stories that people, there will be documentaries probably about you too, Paul. I mean, if anything, some of this stuff's going to end up in my documentaries. God's writing a fucking amazing story right now, and we're all part of it.
The true Hollywood story.
Hey, before we go on though, I resonate with that.
Behind the imagination.
I resonate with that message, Jack, because you know, the thing is Paul's father will actually get on the stream and he'll actually show like effort to kind of like want to be his father kind of thing. Whereas my own father, I can't even get him to come on a stream, you know, even just like in private. Like I literally, he would do nothing to support me. You know what I mean? So that's why I root for Mr. Laporta. I'm rooting for him, dude. Like other people in the crowd are rooting for me to get my shit together. I'm rooting for him to get his shit together.
My father
I can't
loves
even
me.
get my parents to come over to my house. Come on, man. And I have a house. They live in an apartment, and they still don't come over. So, and I've been here for 4 years now.
Right.
So don't
My
worry
father
about
loves me
parents.
and cares about me, but there's always been a gap of communication and a resistance to truth completely, right? From day one. So there's not really much I can do on my end other than to allow him to continue to experience and make choices and give him like a father would to a son. Hey, bro, if you do this, this is what's going to happen again. And I'm right every time.
Well, has he been doing that with you too?
No, because he doesn't have any information to give me. At a certain point, this is the point. I had to learn about everything on my own and third party, right? Except for certain things. I told you the things he showed me on the baseball field. And even that was twisted in a way. I don't mind. I surrender it. I take what I can learn and I leave the rest. I'm not a victim. The point is we come to a certain point when we're old enough and we're men where we look each other in the eye and we go, we're equal now, and the results are going to tell the tale of where we're at. You call that ego if you want, okay? That's a healthy competition to keep us all in check so we can have honorable bond. I don't care if it's father and son, brothers, whatever. That's brotherhood. So don't tell me you're my daddy and love and care about me, but rights and freedoms is not your cup of tea. You don't truly love and care about me because you sold me out to a shaitan. Because you didn't want to put your ass on the line while I do, and then you rebuke me in certain areas if I push you hard enough because of how you feel about it. You think I like this dynamic?
Hey, Paul, I want to point something out to you. Just because he didn't...
It's an infidel, Jack. It's very
well,
simple.
right.
Infidel. Doesn't matter about love and feelings and everything else. You lack faith.
Well, everyone shows love in different ways, and many people don't understand love. Your father admitted some of this, that he's been developing his own growth over the recent years, that he's learning different things as a man, as an adult. And obviously he didn't have that knowledge when he could have played a different role with you. But we can't be hateful about the past. We got to find ways to be grateful for everyone and everything because it feels better.
I agree
Gratitude
with you. I am thankful
feels
and
good.
grateful. My father is still not thankful and grateful. He's afraid of our past. He won't even talk about it. Paul, you know what it did to me. Still afraid over the past and it's gone. I said, yeah, what I did to you, what we all did to ourselves and each other, look at where I'm at now in my life. Why are you still in the past and afraid of it? I talk about it because I'm thankful and grateful. He's still not transcended the past, let alone come in the present to where he needs to be, because he doesn't have a coping mechanism other than ignorance and arrogance and ego. And now medications, from what I understand, he won't even tell me the truth about that, because my whole life he said, you smoke weed and everything else. Drugs are for weak people. Till he became weak, I guess. And now he's too arrogant and egotistical to tell me he's a weak-ass motherfucker. Well, I knew that already. He was the one who didn't know. I saw the weakness all my life and fear.
Paul, it's easier to admit things to people when we're not anticipating judgment and condemnation.
You don't get to live as an infidel and talk about judgment from others, motherfucker. That's ego. You better worry about judgment from something else. You better not worry about, like he says, I ain't going to talk the truth because it's going to be used against me. It's going against you at the end of the day anyway, fool. You don't get to decide where you tell truth and lie because you're worried about what people are going to think. Put no faith in earthly man and woman for whom there is no salvation. I don't give a fuck because I'm not an infidel.
Paul, here's something I want you to... I don't know how to express what I'm trying to say, but what I want you to try and think about the logic behind, right?
A punk-ass egotistical coward. Tell me about the logic behind it. Tell me about the logic behind it. Who serves nothing but their nervous system. Tell me about it.
You have your own levels of distrust. And when we distrust, we extend that energy to others and cause others reasons not to feel trusting with us. So if you have concerns that your father is, or some in any relationship, if you have concerns that someone in your relationship is keeping things from you, Start with looking at yourself and ask if you've given them reasons to do that. Because
Right. So my
where
whole
I
life
was-
he's been doing that behavior, but somehow
Well-
I was the reason for it.
no, Paul, here,
Right.
I'm not making
It's not that he
excuses
doesn't trust
whatsoever.
himself and what he says he knows. It's not that. It's that I give him
Well-
reasons to not trust me.
No, Paul, please.
Not
I'm
that
not
he's
making
an
excuses.
untrustworthy and untrusting motherfucker who wouldn't trust his own family for good reason. It's not like he's the source of the
Well-
distrust and broken trust. No, I am the one who came after the
Paul,
source. That makes sense.
Hey,
Right.
Paul, honestly, you learn from him. And I looked at myself, how I treated you and him on here, and I gave you quite a bit more deference and respect than I did him.
I didn't
And
feel
part
that.
of that is, well, I didn't think you would, but in my belief, I did.
I
And
thought you were showing bias by putting me in the back over and over and letting him obfuscate and enable his weakness and justify his
well,
wrong.
yeah, I can see why you'd think that, but I was trying to keep order for the time, not so much that. As far as the exchanges, I hold him more accountable, more responsible because he's the father. But at the same time, you guys are both spiritual beings just progressing. He's just had more time than you have.
Right, and you can
So-
tell what someone's done with their time and what the results are by the amount they put their energy and attention and time into something. So when you put none of your time, energy, and attention in to what's true and what's right, and I've had to become 33 years old and still encourage you to do so, and you still waste your time and make excuses, you're irredeemable at this point. Because you're an infidel and don't understand the walk in the way and don't care to, because you'd rather go to your fake ass pastor and play the game of, well, I've learned from my pastor, not from my son. More ego games. People put people in our lives for a reason, and he still can't figure out why I've been put here in his life or in this life. It's pretty clear to many others, by the way. A prophet is respected everywhere but his own home. Remember that.
Amen. Amen.
Well, Jack, I just wanted to bring something up, Jack, is that, okay, we could talk about relationships, but the father-son relationship's a bit different. It seems to me that the relationship is almost wholly dictated by the actions of the father. You're raising the child. The dynamics, the interpersonal interplay between the two beings is typically dictated by the parent. So to say that there's sort of equal measure involved in a relationship, I think doesn't hold water. I do think the parent dictates the nature of the relationship. It's almost a fruit that they must bear.
Z, I agree to a degree, all right? But at some point, Paul isn't a grown man. He's an adult. And at some point, he can't stop. There's no blaming mom and dad at a certain point.
For what?
Jack,
Blaming for what? All the things that I now
It's not
have
about blaming.
that he didn't
man.
teach me how to get the way that I got him.
It's a dynamic. A dynamic gets formed. Jack, it forms on a neurological level, man. The neurological pathways get formed. It's stimulus response over and over and over again. Operant conditioning on a high level with a young child. These become ingrained patterns. Now, I could see if somebody became radically different at some point, if the father at some point changed, but we have a father still presenting with the same personality. There's going to be the same trigger points. There's going to be the same dynamics. The parent dictates the relationship.
You can't correct the problem with the same level of consciousness that created it. And I've not seen the level of transcendence that he and others have seen in me in such a short time. I've seen 33 years of lackluster presentment, no motivation and ambition to achieve anything other than worldly trappings. So what you put in is what you get out, right?
Well, let me
turn
come
the
back.
TV off. Tell him, Jack, when you see him, turn the TV off like I did 10 years ago. Never look back. Haven't watched it again except when I bring up breaking news, nonsense, slavery to show you how it's all bullshit. But I don't watch TV. I haven't in 10 fucking years. He still watches it daily. Fox News, going to vote for Trump. Come on, man. At what point, like, seriously, some folks you might have to love and let go. There might be no, he's getting up there, man, 65. His daddy died at 50 when he was 16. He's such an egoic motherfucker. He doesn't even realize, like I realized at 33, he's living on borrowed time, right? Like he needs a heroin addiction, I guess. He needs some jail time. He needs a couple overdoses. He needs to face his death and mortality and go past his fear into faith. Maybe. I don't know. That's what it took me.
Right.
I was a stubborn, egoic, hard-headed motherfucker who didn't want to be reverent in the face of truth. I get it.
Right. You were redeemable. You found ways to become redeemable. You're painting this picture that you've painted the picture that many are unredeemable.
At this time.
Well, Paul, this is what I'm trying to bring up is, I think it was one of you said something about you got to have a change in consciousness. You got to have a change.
Okay, irreverent. Is that a better word? You're right, Jack. Irredeemable at this time implies if they're irredeemable, they're irredeemable. They're irreverent at this time. Is that a better word for you? I can't go anywhere with a motherfucker who's irreverent to truth.
But this is the point. People can change.
Right.
And maybe they're not, and maybe these people aren't aware of, they're not aware. Maybe they've been denying. Maybe they've been actually refusing what they've been ignoring, right? That's what I was discussing not long ago. People are stupid, and we got to stop allowing people to be stupid. And Paul, with all due respect, as a man who would do anything to be with my fucking son, stop being stupid. Find a way to get along better with your dad, and I'll tell him the same damn thing.
Jack, the difference, again, don't equally yoke yourself, because I'll point out all your inadequacies and I'll also give you credit where it's due. You come here every day. You start over every day. You try to extend a loving hand. You could be in confusion. Great. You're still willing to talk and go over the same bullshit and try to answer to it. He will avoid and lie and obfuscate. So you might be confused. That's not irreverent. He's actively avoiding the truth for political presentment reasons, and I don't respect it, right? I would almost prefer he be confused and insane than to be able to perceive what I'm talking about completely and not be confused, but act like he's confused. See, we don't meet sometimes because we're not seeing the same thing. We're trying to. He's not trying to. He's saying, I don't want to see it. I don't want to talk about it because it's going to make me look bad. You're a devil. It's that
simple. Paul, I'll tell you this. Senior was on here earlier. I don't know if you saw that.
I didn't.
He stopped by and hung out for a little bit. If that's the case, if he's been resistant and refusing opportunities for discussion and resolve, I have no problem. Senior, you're always welcome here, but that's something we'll be discussing. Okay? No fucking excuses. I don't want to see someone blaming and making excuses for what they could have done.
No, I'm going to make it very easy like I always do, and he won't take the opportunity like policy enforcement very rarely does. I'll meet them right in the middle. We all did fucked up shit. We all fell extremely low of the Most High in our conscience, and today is the new day where you're going to atone and repent, and you're going to reform yourself, and if I don't see the look in your eye, because I'm going to already know, that's how I know. They don't understand how I know. When a motherfucker comes back to me before God, not to me before God, with that light in their eyes and says, now I see, Paulie, I get it. And I've been really fucked up and confused, and I've done a lot of wrong, and I want out. When that desperate look is in their eye because they want out and they're sick and tired of being sick and tired, I know they're ready. And he ain't got that look. He's still sick and tired and comfortable in his sickness.
Well, okay, Paul, I get what you're saying, but that's what I was talking about earlier. You got to have that fucking burning desire. You got to want to fucking change. And then when you want to change, you're going to change in ways you may not be ready for.
Right, and you're going to get a whole bunch of tests and challenges and questioning to your bullshit, and you're going to have to really search yourself and look at it. And if you try to cheat on the test, you're going to fuck yourself long term with the creation. So everyone really needs to understand the toxic part of the ego that seeks to constantly defend its behavior because it thinks it's under attack. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm trying to save you from yourself. You're seeing it as an attack. So I put the hand down to lift you up and you try to pull me back in. I'm not interested in your ego games. It's all over. If you can't see that, might not be any hope for you.
Hey, Paul, I see you doing exactly what you're saying, but here's a thought. I failed to do what I'm suggesting, but it's the other side of what you're saying, right? That fucking fire in the eyes you're talking about, that burning desire to change. You and I maybe went through that from the darkness, right? When the world was stacked against us. But I believe that can be I believe that fire can be ignited through inspiration as well, you know, the opposite side of it. And so with your dad, maybe he's been resistant, maybe he's, you know, the excuses, but I tried presenting him some of this earlier, that I see so many possibilities in the future, but he doesn't believe that a world can be without war. And, you know, how do you convince someone that what's never been in the past is actually available
Fine, I'll
right
even
now?
meet him there. I'm an expert at meeting people at their bullshit line of excuse. So let's say war is never going to end on a worldly scale. You could still end it within yourself and within your community. So we don't have to end world wars because that's fought by a bunch of masses of slaves who continue to choose slavery. Charity starts in the home. End the war within yourself over truth and your ego. End the war with me over truth and ego. End the war in your fucking community. Okay? It starts with self and at home, and it extends outward as within, so without.
Holy shit, Paul. Yes, you're exactly right. But see, in the context of what him and I were talking about, it was in my ideas of the future of having Paul enslaved at my side, speaking and rapping at the UN and to the US government.
You know what the saddest part of this is the only reason, there's a bunch of reasons. My father identifies with you because he's a perpetual victim. And when he sees people using your face and playing with your likeness and you complaining, he gets a soft spot in his heart. Oh, poor Jack, I love him. He feels sorry for you. He doesn't feel united. He doesn't feel united with you. He feels sorry for you, and it allows him to prop himself up as someone else to feel sorry for, to identify with, and then make you both out to be a victim. And I don't want to see either person like that. Nobody's a victim except of what they
see his point,
themselves.
Jack. I see his point, dude. Because listen, because you know everybody was saying how bad it was for all of us using your face and saying all funny comments and stuff. But look where you're at now. It's time to get serious, right? You got the fire built under you. You got the train going fast.
What's going to
the
happen,
coal's
Jack?
going in the engine.
Sorry, Moose. That was my mistake. What's going to happen, Jack, when you take them fucking plates off one day and you fucking rebuke all this worldly approval for your existence and give back the 300 and all the rest of it, and then really step out into the power, right? If that's your journey and your walk. I know you're making a face at me right now. I'm wanting to see you. I'm very egoic. I'm wanting to see you walk side by side with me in these different areas. I want you to feel how it feels. Even if you don't continue it, I want you to feel how it feels one day when you say, fuck all of you. I'm going to show you what it looks like to be a man and live free and love myself and the truth, separate from your coercion and your benefits, because I don't want your benefits to be pimped on and I don't want your coercion to be pimped on, because they're going to expect something with both. That's how they roll. Okay? Nothing for nothing in this world.
That's their problem. That's their problem.
I want you and others. You don't have to even answer. I might be being egoic. I want you and others to feel along with Michael Sino. I want him to be riding with his lady one day and have them plates off and all the shit put to the side and have a conversation with a policy enforcement officer about what a man is, right? I want you to feel what it feels like and tell me if you'll ever stop it ever again. And when you do decide to stop it, tell me if it's like dope. almost, that you don't want to go back to, that you can't imagine not going back to it, right? I don't even feel that for dope anymore. I wouldn't do it ever again. You put it right in front of me. This shit, rights, freedom, and principles, you can't get it out of my blood and bones. There's no detox for this shit. So I want you to feel what it's like to be addicted toward the word of truth, the meanings and definitions and experiences that come with it.
Paul, I wish you could understand the vision I see, because the vision I see, you can forget about that $300 a month that was part of my past. It's irrelevant. And I see a future where we are all helping hold each other up, helping us support each other, where we are all living in a world of benefits because we live to benefit each other. And the future, brother, the future is what I'm saying. I don't know how it's going to happen, but wars are going to end. Debts are going to be forgiven. New technologies will be released. We're going to restructure how children are educated, how injuries and injustices are
Jackie
addressed.
boy, I have my black t-shirt on, as I most oftentimes do, much like Johnny Cash, right? So I'm a painful reminder of the harsh truth everyone keeps ignoring. Not paying people's debts. I'm not saying the debt system is legitimate. Watch where I'm going here. Not paying our debts and atoning for what we've chosen to do contractually is one of the biggest problems with God and this world, is that we're going to have now debts forgiven. So people once again get to avoid accountability, responsibility for all their choices. Well, if you want their debts forgiven, you better reappropriate all that property that they got through the debt system, that they didn't get or build themselves.
Oh, I'm sure that'll happen too. We're going to figure this shit out. There's going to be some changes, I see. Once morality and facts and evidence, once the truth, hey, what you were saying, yeah, everyone in the past wants to just forget the shit from the past, like slavery didn't happen and that everyone's equal, right?
No,
Everyone's
he's talking about like the shit that we do. The shit that we do on a daily basis, the money that we spend that we can't afford to spend. He's talking about the now.
Somebody's got to atone, man. What do you think this is? We could just all go on for thousands of years and then never have an atonement and penance?
No.
It's laughable.
No. Hey, hold on. This is the point.
You should be so hungry to pay that debt back only because you gave your word to somebody you'd do it. Not because it's legitimate. Because you gave your word once again, like all the military did to God, to do what they knew they were supposed to, agreed, and then went back on it. Like they always do when they get poor and broken. They don't go to a tent like Paulie Boy when they have everything. They get desperate when they're poor and broken. See the difference?
Right. I wanted to bring this up to Paul's point, though, Jack, is have you considered the possible cost of the world that you envision? Have you considered the possible cost to individual sovereignty, communion with God, rights, responsibilities? You know, at what cost is the future that you're presenting, Jack? That's the biggest issue that I have with this utopian idea of peace on earth and the lion laying down with the lamb in this realm, because I see a big cost to it, one that's probably anti-human in so many ways.
Ooh, anti-human. That could be a word we could discuss, but what is the cost? That was the question you were asking. In the world that Jack envisions. And it's not Jack. Jack just came. I learned of these ideas from other folks, and I'm just stealing shit and, incorporating it into my own experience. What the cost is, you know what? There will be a cost of billions, maybe trillions of dollars, because we won't need that bullshit anymore. And so what it'd be cost is people would lose their positions of authority. People would lose their positions of celebrity. People would lose their past convictions, their past habits, their past challenges.
Here's the thing, Jack. I don't want to cut you off, but what if I'm saying is it? What if the idea, the future that you're envisioning, is not possible given the realities of this realm, right?
Mm.
What if this idea to change the world is actually probably fruitless and in some ways psychotic? I'm not saying you're psychotic, but the idea that we can control and change what seems to be endemic in this world, what seems to be a world of conflict. Like what Paulie was saying, is it possible, Jack, that the real battle is within ourselves to end the conflict within? Because the idea to end conflicts around the world is, to me, it's a control mindset. It's going without ourselves. In some
Yeah,
ways,
you
I
can't
consider
do
it psychopathic.
Anything you can't do directly without a mechanism to get there is an illusion and deception. And there is no mechanism to do anything in the world other than change yourself and build on what is presented. Right? So,
Right.
so once
Like, Jack,
we
I
get
guess
out of the idea of having to stop world wars, because they're going to go
Wait,
on.
whoa. Wait, you're like presenting one thing and then you're jumping over to this fucking conclusion.
Right, because there's
that's
no
like,
mechanism
whoa.
to stop a bunch of people
That-
from.
Wait, hold on. I want to correct where you're going, because you're right. The first mechanism is yourself. You fix yourself. You end the conflicts within, and then you evaluate. You do that super acceptance.
Part
thing
of
I
the
was-
conflict is thinking that you're here to end good or evil. You're doing
Well,
what they're doing. You think
but-
you could
hold on.
possibly end God and good? No. You think you could end evil? No. It exists for a reason and a function. That's a
Those are
conflict.
straw man arguments created simply to be disagreeable.
You
Okay?
could only stop being evil and be good or great. You cannot stop good or evil from existing.
Right.
You're not God.
Right. I fucking know. So stop making excuses. What I'm trying to say is, yes, we start with ending the conflicts within us, and then we extend opportunities. We share.
Jack, are you willing to
our
change your
abundance.
brand? Your brand of, when I say brand, I'm putting in quotes of ending wars. I know that's what your huge thing. Are you willing to deviate from that mindset, that goal? Are you flexible enough to realize that maybe that was somewhat of an egoic conception on your part? Are you willing to be
Hey,
flexible
Lee,
enough to
yes.
embrace another mindset?
Yes, I'm prepared to die in order to see peace be achieved. Now, if someone can convince me with alternatives that still brings equality and a better world to the future, hey, I'm open to any suggestions.
Now watch how I give you the other side of that coin. You're willing to die to make sure that peace is achieved. But are you truly willing to live?
Yes.
Many folks, right,
Yes.
die one way or the other trying to achieve peace, even through war. But did they ever truly live with rights, freedom, care, and principles? An honorable lifestyle, a noble lifestyle. That's the difference. When you go into that mode and live from that mode, there's nothing left to be done. Nothing is done, nothing left to be undone. The work is within.
Well, Paul, I didn't get hey, absolute agreement in everything. Here's my life has been a progression. It's documented on the YouTube, kind of like you, Paul, right? I've been doing a lot of inner growth and work along this way. That guy who was on the other day, Mike, whatever his name was, the guy who identified himself as the return of Jesus Christ.
Right.
Yeah. Did you feel like he was wasting your time?
No more than what I've been experiencing elsewhere.
Yeah, no more than you, Moose, is what he's saying indirectly.
Hey, I understand. But here we are today, and
well, and actually
we're making bread.
You know, Mike is he's living another bizarre life, right? And there's a lot of facts and evidence in his life that have been revealed to him, and he's trying to figure out what the fuck does this mean. And so that's, yeah, him and I have talked offline too, and he's welcome back. But
Tell him if he comes back, though, he's got to get a better wizard's hat.
Yeah. He's learning to be him as well. That's one of the things him and I talked about.
We're all trying, I guess.
The reason I brought him up is he said that, you know, since whatever it was, August of 17, I think he said, when his benefits ended. He didn't go into the details, but he's been living and receiving that which he needs to continue. And that, dude, that's me. I mean, I can point out and give explanations for everything and how it came to be, but it's like, holy shit, I don't know how this is happening. But I've been following what I believe to be the way for me. And I have not worked a job since 2018. I haven't had a schedule. I have tried to make myself available and included. Nobody fucking wanted me. So I had to relax and figure out, all right, God, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? And I still don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I'm fucking excited because I think we are. I've been living righteously, like you're saying, Paul. You live righteously without worry, and you start creating that life. I've created a life for myself. I live in a world without conflicts and debts. They keep coming into my reality and into my existence. People keep bringing shit to me that say,
And
hey,
I'm
give me
telling
money.
you that just like eating meat, they'll say, they'll do the same face you do when I bring up the 300 a month. Jack, don't you think it'd be more beneficial to me to leave that alone and not keep talking about it when you've been donating to me? Might make you donate the 300 to me every month, right? But I don't, it's not about that. So I'm saying the same way they'll make the face when I go, you got to stop eating meat. I believe, for me, that's what I know at this time for me, to mitigate the karmic cycle. And they do the face. I got to give up something that I'm used to that is really no expression of a consequence or an outcome. I go, yeah, this is what's apparent to me. And I think if you try it, because you might always be able to go back, right? You could just give it up 1 month and then go write them back and say, I really fucked up on that. They'll give it back. Why is it we're so reticent to give up the meat, to give up the 300? You got to ask yourself that. What is it about us and that relationship? It's a form of bondage and debt. On some level, we must think we need it. If we didn't think we needed or it was part of us, we'd let go of what is not truly serving us and whoever we're involved with. There is no more service to be done. There never was from the beginning. They used you and you used them. It's like an ex-girlfriend. She's still sending you 300 a month going, oh, Jackie, I feel indebted to you now. I don't want nothing to do with you. I want no connection with you and the debt between us. It is chaos and bad karma. Okay, that's why I'm saying we need to stop equally yoking ourselves on all levels. Me coming on YouTube is pushing that boundary with what they do. I really have to flip the game. I come on here to walk them down, really. So they go to striking me and I go to walking them down. You ain't going to have a toxic relationship with me where I'm indebted to you, right? If anything, we're going to be equal and neutral, or you're indebted to me. You're my servant. You're here to bring my message and my understanding to these people. That's your function, as long as I'm not causing loss, injury, and harm. That's your service, right? So I don't say servant in the sense of bow to me. I say do your fucking job and provide your service independently and unbiased, right? So again, if we could all get right with ourselves,
well,
go ahead, sir.
I was shaking my head in some disagreement there regarding the control, the servant. There's no one is above me. No one is below me. I'm grateful for those who wish to contribute and cooperate with me, to include the YouTube corporation and the fucking Comcast organization, those demons.
I can interrupt there, Jack. I think it's a good thing to be in service to others.
That's the thing. Service is, this is part of the ego. Like the policy enforcement go, you want me to be a servant? I go, I know you're twisted because you don't see service like how I see it. You better damn hope that I do DoorDash so you can get your fucking meal. So I'm proud to serve in a way. The point is, motherfuckers don't know their role and position, have to be told. So you have to be told to have a servant's heart and be thankful and grateful for an opportunity you might not have as a peasant slave that you are with no abilities, right? I was thankful and grateful I got to make my own schedule, ride around, bring these bozos their Starbucks, and make a fucking living and then some, right? Do it my own way in my own time. And they provided a service and I provided a service and everybody was happy till they stepped over the line and played themselves out of position like they always do. They want to play higher and lower games. I'm telling you, we need all positions filled. Everyone has a role and a position to play and should be thankful and grateful for it, or just do something else or better.
Here, no one can serve anyone or anything until the moment it happens. Okay. And what you were saying about these servants, yeah, people have forgot why they have jobs. They have jobs to serve the purpose, which is usually the policy enforcers. It's supposed to be the people, not to serve the policy. But I've heard this case made, and I agree with it. Christianity has been used as a tool for brainwashing, convincing people to be in servants to those of wealth and those in positions above them. It's all bullshit. We're here to serve the truth. We're here to serve love, and we're here to serve life. Because that's God.
When you do that, Jack, you take that everywhere you go. So if you're living that way, you take it to your pizza shop and you say, I'm going to make the best fucking pizza in this town, and I'm going to create an atmosphere in this motherfucker that's lit up so folks want to be in here. There's a movement. There's an energy. Bro, I'm not going to say what type of property because I have to be, whatever with this. There's certain kind of stores, right, that I'll go to from time to time that sell certain kind of property. I already know when I walk in there by the energy of the place if they're doing good or bad business. I could tell by the owner, the light in his eyes, he's yapping, he's talking to this guy and that guy. I see 1,000 things all over the place because he's moving stuff. You go into a store, 10 things on the wall. The guy's fucking lackluster. Nobody's in there. He's barely piping up. You already know it's a loser failure, right? So you are who you are in anything you do, in everything you do. I'm just telling you, we need to take this principle and this ethic to everything we do. I don't care if it's making and selling pizza. I don't care if it's governance. You do it because you want to do it and want to be there and enjoy what you're bringing to the community and how it all comes back to you. If you don't fucking be there. But people just want to show up and collect a check. That's what it's become. Show up, do the least as possible, collect a check, and go back to your fucking humdrum lifestyle.
Hey, brother, that's actually, I want to offer an encouraging lesson from what you just said. It's something I had to humble myself about because we don't control the results. We don't even control how many options we have available to us at a certain time. So you got to make the most with what's available, capture and create as many opportunities as you can. But regardless, in life, you're going to end up having to do shit you don't want to do. Maybe it's a job for a little while just to get yourself going. Maybe it's or to learn something new, or maybe whatever. Our situations come and go. But whatever you do, you can feel miserable about it or you can feel good. And if you feel good about it, if you can do what you want and want what you do, want to do what you do and do what you want, you'll feel life and you'll feel better doing a purpose for someone else. We agree, Paul, but I believe that this is the time it's going to start changing. Doing this is going to start changing.
You have to do what you love that you're also good at, right? So I came to find out, I didn't know this, but when I started this and continue this, I not only love doing what I do here, but folks tell me I'm good at it, right? And then you know what they say then, if you love something and you're good at it, never do it for free. But let's not go there because that might be a little bit worldly and egoic. And what I've come to find out is voluntarily you don't have to charge because motherfuckers tend to be or want to be good. And when they get value and equity constantly, they say, you know what, Paulie, here's a few for you, right? And then you know what? Really good people say, I know most people are like cheap and tight and scared like I am, right? So I'm not talking down to quote unquote slaves. They'll say Paulie calls his audience slaves, sort of a tongue in cheek thing, right? Because we're all in this together, like they say. But, you know, a lot of folks have been like me all their life. They may have everything they need and then some, but they're so insecure about their true value, they're scared to let go of it because they don't think it's going to come back.
Just a couple quick things.
Go ahead.
Hey, thanks for having me on your show, Jack. That saying we're all in this together, what they meant to say is we're all in on this together, meaning the governments of the
Right,
world
sir.
are
I'm not
colluding.
interested in your paranoid bent that you always have to break in with, and you're gonna.
Yeah, dude, you just interrupted the
not a lot of
flow,
people.
dude.
I was doing a play off of their phrase,
demeaning way that you speak and the way you
Right, I
talk
get
over
that.
everybody,
You're
and you
very
go like this,
easily
and you say
triggered, too, and
"motherfucker"
I
a
always
lot.
get you to
You're
go off
annoying, bro. You
'cause you're like a
kill the
little
message.
child. You
You
count
kill the message.
numbers.
You
You
have
think
a good
daddy's the one
message,
who
Paul,
did it
but you
to you.
kill it.
Please
You kill
stop.
the message.
Stop.
Daddy
Both.
did it all to
You can
you.
disengage. Paul,
It was the
hold on
government
just a
that did it all
moment.
to you. It's not that you
It's-
are looked upon by your
I agree.
inferior masters as invaluable and non-essential. That's why they
I
told
got-
you
I got
you're
one
invaluable
master,
and
it's God.
non-essential. We're shutting you down because you don't stand for nothing. The time is now, they said. They said they're
I
so
stand for everything,
non-essential and
bro.
unprincipled infidels. The time is now. We're moving in. They didn't even have
Hey,
to
Paul.
move in. They said
Here we
we're gonna
All right.
train you
Hold
all.
on. Hold on. Come on. You came up, please. I don't want a long lesson again, Mr. Smith. Yes, you are welcome.
Paul, we're gonna let Paul do his long lesson. The whole
Well,
point I was
hey,
making is that
Right, I'm actually
Jack,
doing
the point I was
something, and
making-
being something, and changing something. You're just angry on the internet.
I'm not angry at all. The
Okay,
point I
well,
was going to make
There's
is
a
you have
difference
You're
between
bitter.
being part of the
One thing
Okay, so
flow
if anybody's
and
First
allowed
of
to
all,
talk
you just
at
showed
all,
yourself.
Paul keeps going and
Could
going
you
and
turn him down
going.
for a second? I want to point out how he just
Jeez.
convicted himself like they always do. This is a good skill to learn.
Why?
Okay.
He came up and I was in the middle of my monologue talking verbose, as I always do, on and on.
Right.
And
Right.
he just cut me right off, which proves the thing he
It was
said.
a good time. You'd been going on for a while.
Okay, well, Jack,
It was
you could
time
just
to
cut me off
interrupt.
then next time and say I'm going on
I've
for
tried.
too long.
I've tried.
Okay.
But this is a different point. So he interrupted you. You're right.
Right.
You were going
Yeah,
on.
but he was flowing pretty damn good.
Shut
You
up,
can't
Moose.
say he wasn't. Wow.
And then Smith came up to interrupt. So what was the purpose? What did you want to get out, Mr. Smith? You're muted.
You're muted.
That was probably me. Now,
Mhm.
please.
Okay, so the point I was making is that Paul does have a good message. It's the way that he goes about it. It makes it
We're
really
not
divisive.
okay. I don't care. I don't care for your opinions of Paul or me. What is there something factual?
Well, that was a fact. That was it. That was I
Okay.
started listening to your channel about a week
so,
ago, Jack.
So we
Well,
derailed
thank
the
you.
flow train that Paulie was conducting to just prove that Paulie wasn't conducting the flow train. But Moose says he was. So even though he doesn't, we've had a checkered past. I tend to agree that when he's piping up to say he's not sucking my dick and licking my boots, he's just feeling what I felt. I was in a flow. I think other folks were feeling that. I think I was giving some good information. And if people want to pipe up, you've been piping up the whole time, Jack, haven't you? We've been having a back and forth. You've been asking me stuff. I've been challenging
Paul,
you.
I've been navigating and trying to find the balance. I hold a lot of respect and admiration for you, but many of the things you're sharing on this is my platform.
Right.
Some of the things you share are actually contradictory to what I'm offering.
That's fine, though,
And
isn't
so
it?
It is, but at what point do we try and figure out the similarities instead of the differences? And
Yeah, I thought I was doing that. It's
I
weird how it
realize
was
the irony.
perceived. I thought that, like, when I said that we all need to unite, as I do day after day, on certain things that need to be done to exemplify to others that we are no longer in a master-slave relationship with our government and with our friends and family. So that takes on
Right.
many forms and appearances of how we
Yes.
respond.
Paul, here, please allow my frustration is what it is. Okay, my claims are what they are. They sound unbelievable. They sound impossible, absurd. But what I'm saying is exactly what you're saying, Paul. It's the same stuff. I'm pointing out the same stuff that Z is pointing out. I'm saying the same stuff that many others are saying. But I'm trying to build a community, and I think we've got everything in place. When we stop fighting, I think everything will fucking work out perfectly. But I don't know how.
I just want to say that I don't think that I did anything to, deserve getting thrown in the back. And if you thought I was being disrespectful, that wasn't my intent.
I know it wasn't. It was just I saw as your addition as very unhelpful. When we're already trying to resolve things, for you to come in and try and take over, I'm like, what the fuck? So there was no disrespect intended, but I'm trying for the life of me to figure out, what do we do? How do we balance entertainment and order? How do we capture the most for the time, least amount of time, greatest value, greatest effort, so that the world will reward us, right? So
You're
that
right.
the impact is made.
I just felt like he was on a flow, and I was learning from that. And that was a one time, in this broadcast, this specific one, that I was like, damn, like I was waiting to hear what he had to say next.
All right. So do you want him to resume? If
Oh,
this
I don't
was
know
so
what I was saying,
impactful and
Jack.
I know. He doesn't either.
Oh. Jack, you did it again. You fucking rascally wabbit, you. He turned right around on you. Well, is that true, Moose? Is that true? Do you know what I was talking about or not?
Well, no, the thing is I started getting, no, I
Great
don't, because I moved on from that, because I was like feeling slighted because I got thrown in the hole when I wasn't even part of the fight.
He's saying he would have known if you didn't traumatize him and put him in the hole.
Well, see, this is what I mean, Moose. I
Because
know
I'm trying to find my flow here.
Moose, right. I know you were bringing this up because you were feeling insecure and slighted, but I also knew that you were defending Paul out of bullshit. You weren't caught up in what, maybe you were paying attention at that moment, but I know you weren't paying attention to what he was saying. It was just a fucking excuse.
No, that's actually, I'm trying to be genuine here, and I can't even like get off as a genuine, like I can't win whether I'm a fucking ass or I'm like
actually,
genuine or I'm fake or.
Moose, let me make this admission, something I realized about myself. Accusations have been made. I am a damn good manipulator. I am fucking good at manipulation.
And all too
Are
willing.
you sure that's wise to say that right now,
all
Jack?
too willing to use your many talents. I'm glad that
Well,
we're making. Wow.
Don't reveal your magical secrets.
This is a breakthrough, people. They said it wouldn't happen, but it's happened right here. You say Talcott's a manipulative narcissist, he might be, but to come forward and say that he's good at manipulation and is actively engaged in it, that's a breakthrough. Okay, so go ahead, Jack. I look forward to your progress.
Paul?
One more step towards bettering yourself there, Jack.
Hey, many of us are. Paul, you're good at it too. I've accused you of it, and I've accused others of being manipulative. And I've been, I'm doing the same thing. But so then you gotta go into intentions, because if I can accept that I am manipulative, well, fuck, then it's a tool. It's a tool I've got in my bag.
But you have to use it for good, Jack.
Yes, and that's where we go. I think there's plenty of evidence that shows my heart is pure. I don't mean to cause anyone harm, and if I'm manipulating, it's for. Well, I'm always open about my manipulations too, Paul. Indirectly and directly, I've been manipulating you. And it hasn't even been intentional.
You know what, Jack? That's shocking to me. I never would have guessed.
Yeah, I know. You had no idea.
With the whole, I see potential in you. I really want to work with you. It's not like there's any reason, you'd be like contacting me. And I get it. But again, throughout your manipulation, what you've learned is you can actually come to find an endearing space with somebody. That's what I've learned as well. I kind of knew that, right? I mean, this is like the Moose fellow. I extended him some trust. I let him get him endeared to me, and he went and fucked me 10 different ways to Sunday. But I knew that was a possibility, right? So
holy shit.
Through the manipulative process,
more to do
It's like Richard
Oh,
Gere
go
in
ahead,
Pretty
Paul.
Woman, right? You go to fuck a hooker, next thing you know, you're buying her dinner and trying to dress her up and give her a better life. Exactly what happened.
Wouldn't you?
Don't worry.
would.
It's all gonna come back. It's all gonna come back, dude. It's just
Hey.
just give me some time.
I had to Paul, I've been open and described this, and as you were talking, I had to really reflect on that. This growth and this admission, the admission of my manipulation. Holy shit. That's
Dude,
a
you know
direct
what? I'm
result
starting to
of
realize
you.
maybe you weren't being manipulative. Maybe it was you were being charismatic.
No.
OTW, we're not even gonna try
He was
that shit.
characterizing
No.
me as manipulative
Dude,
when he
he
was being
literally
manipulative and
admitted
I
to
was
being
being charismatic.
Yeah,
So
he
Well-
admitted to
why
being
are you
manipulative
see, you're
with
all
me.
you are agents of chaos. You don't want Jack Talcott to have a clarity on himself and awareness on himself and to be
No,
able to
that's
choose
not
his next
true.
move. You want to convince him that he didn't just have a breakthrough. Because I could have taken 4 months to say, Jack, you know you're manipulative, right? Just tell us all you're manipulative. He'd be like, no.
Fuck
I
you.
didn't even
No
ask
way.
when he came forth with it.
But
When
he
you start
denied
telling
my
on
claim.
yourself in front of God, I know there's progress because that's what I do.
He
Tell on
denied my
myself in
claim,
front of
though,
God.
Paul.
I'm actually proud of you. I'm proud of you, Jack, because now I don't feel as dirty being manipulated by you because you said it was true. You know you said it.
And that's the game,
Well-
right? When people are manipulating, like Cher said, everybody wants to use or be used. Everyone knows what's happening, like the cupcakes over there. They all know they're full of shit on some level, using each other. Just feels better, they think, than challenging themselves and each other, right? Your mischief will sour.
Oh, I just saw Moose's comment. So
Because I was butthurt, Jack. I
Well,
felt
right. No,
disrespected.
but wait.
About wanting to
wait.
be your next Filipino houseboy?
So for those who don't see, Moose left in the background. And first, the reason I looked
Oh,
was I
here we
thought
go,
I
Jack.
saw
Jack, let me
something-
read it. Let me read it since
All
it's
right.
my comment. Here, let me
Yeah.
go back to it. I said, see, Jack, you want to disrespect me, I won't come around. And what I said by that is because I'm setting boundaries. I'm starting to move forward. I'm trying to actually like walk with the spirit, actually do my work and do the shit that I'm, supposed to be doing. And so I'm not going to be around people who don't really want me to be there. If you don't want me to
Right.
be here, I don't want to be part of the show. But if you want me here, I'm going to try to fit in.
Hey, much love. I didn't need an explanation for why you said it. I can understand that. But the point
I wasn't trying
was
to be an
thinking-
asshole.
No, here,
That
the
was a
point
great
I was
explanation,
thinking, all I have to do to keep you away from me is to offer you more disrespect. Holy shit, dude.
You
That's
should have led
all
with
I
that
gotta
months
do.
ago.
I got plenty of disrespect. to
Damn,
give to
Jack, you made a
dude.
funny,
Fucking hit the
brother.
road.
You hit a funny right there, my man.
Someone's asking what manipulation for good is. Well, it's like clay, right? You've seen me manipulate Talcott and Ian and others. It's not deceptive manipulation. It's certain tactics and presentments I employ to elicit a result or a response, and then I comment on that and I let them sit with it. So just like the clay, I'm forming, I'm moving, I let it sit, it dries, it hardens, I break it again, I reform it, I break it again, right? So that's the game that's going on here. So it's a form of manipulation because I'm the God of all media, just like God will do to everyone in their life, constantly reform, break with your ego till eventually.
Hey, are we gonna go back to the fact that Jack doesn't really want me here? He kind of said that.
Actually, no,
Well,
hold
no one
on.
really wants you here, but maybe you're needed here for some mysterious cosmic purpose we're not aware of. So we allow you to stay.
I'm
It's in the stars.
gambling.
It's written in the astrology. You have to go check out your sign, and you most likely your sign is going to tell you that you have to be here right now because it's all scripted. Everything's written.
Well, I'm
There you go.
gambling with our time and our patience that there is a reason for him being here. But the other comment in the back was Z did say his goodbye. I didn't mean, I was grateful for him stopping by. I hope he has a good day. Hey, and back to the manipulation topic. Here's the thing though, the power of truth. It's empowering to be accurate. Okay, it's not empowering to be manipulative, but it's empowering to know that, okay, it's a tool I've got. And accuracy, dude, that's where it matters. And as far as manipulation goes, it is kind of an artistry. It's a skill, it's a talent, it's a method of influence that the elite have used to fucking brainwash everybody. So the power is coming to us, and we're on the side of the light. And we're going to manipulate the fuck out of this world.
I don't think it's much about manipulation, Jack, but seriously,
Jack,
it's more or
let's
less
reform
about
that last
reprogramming your subconscious mind there. You
Say
know,
again,
and-
OTW.
Yeah, I was just saying it's not much about, it's more or less about manipulation than reprogramming your subconscious mind, you know, to empty your cup and refill it with the right information and then move forward with that information and, you know, not let yourself be guided by your previous indoctrinations, if for lack of a better term.
I can dig it.
I yield.
Hey, welcome, brother. If you got anything to, feel free to jump in as you
Yeah, are
wish.
you Turkish?
Dude, he has like a straight face right now that looks like
Can
he
you
wants to kill
relax,
somebody.
please? Thank you. Are you Turkish, sir?
Yeah. Okay, now I feel better. He's smiling.
your
Okay, he
ethnicity?
looks human.
I can't hear you.
You're muted, or something's going on with your mic, bro.
We might not have audio. Oh, here. Now try.
How's that?
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's your ethnicity?
Ethnicity?
Like,
Shit, I don't know.
Where's your family originally?
French, Italian.
Damn, dude, I thought this guy was gonna have the deepest voice you've ever heard.
No. But why? I mean, I just had to jump in because it's like, why do you think you have to manipulate, or like you enjoy it, or like you're good at it? It's like, why manipulate?
I think he's trying to teach me a lesson.
No, I mean,
Well,
no.
if you're asking me,
Yeah,
what I'm pointing out is that's part of our human nature. The egoic mind is manipulative. It's very tricky. And it'll manipulate us into believing all sorts of stupid shit. But I've recognized that I am a good manipulator. And so I admitted that because of, in the context of what's been growing between Paul and I, you know, I thought it was appropriate to bring that out.
No, I mean,
realized-
that's cool. I mean, don't get me wrong. Long time supporter, Paul. You guys, the whole panel, you guys are great. Just wanted to throw that out there. And,
Have you ever manipulated me, Jack?
Me?
No, Jack. Like I'm just like I'm oblivious right now. I'm just like I'm thinking maybe
No,
Jack manipulated
here,
me and
actually-
I'm not aware of it.
Probably the best way to describe it. I mean, as you asked, I tried to consider. I don't think I have. At the best, I manipulate me. I manipulate the presentation of me. I'm still truthful, still honest, but you may get a different version of me depending on what it is I'm trying to
Okay,
communicate.
so that's
or-
why sometimes I have the impression that you're like riding fences. Is this what you're saying? Like that's why
I get.
like
You may have actually made that charge with me about riding the
yes, I
fences,
have.
but
Yes, I've been completely blunt about it.
You've actually trained me like a Pavlovian dog because now I behave like, you know, to the point where I get to stay and be part of the crew.
That's the Jack Stoffel, is what they call that. Jack Stoffel. Jack gets everybody to goose step right in line.
Well,
I
he
tell
even got
everybody
the
on my
Zetetic
channel.
warrior.
I tell them I'm riding the
Zetetic,
bull.
he admitted
you know?
it. Oh, sorry, Moose man. I can't.
No, I'm fine. No, it's my fault. You know, you often see this, you know, last year, oftentimes I would interrupt everybody at the wrong time on accident. And I just fail. I just got to stop broadcasting.
No, I was just about to say the same thing, Moose, and I was saying it was my fault because I wasn't reading the panel correctly and I didn't figure that we were speaking at the same time. There was a lag. So, you know, forgive me, brother.
Jack, look how you've broken these guys.
Everything's forgiven, brother.
Hey,
It's all
we're all
love.
we're all
Much
growing
love.
in. We're all growing into this together. There was something said. Damn it. El Perro actually showed up in chat and he came to my mind too. There's a reason he came to mind. Shit.
Apparel.
I don't know. My mind is it was directed regarding being honest, truthful, transparent, growing into that thing.
Right. So that's my conundrum. I mean, it made me want to jump in. It's like, how do you be truthful and transparent, but not manipulative? Sorry.
Beautiful. Because actually that was where my train of thought was previously, was the fence riding. And so this is a great question. How do you make the claim of, you know, standing on truth and at the same time the omission of manipulation? It's the omission of both. I mean, I am honest, which is the spirit, but there is still the egoic resonance, the frequencies of me. You know, Jack is part of this, my background and who I am, what I've learned, my inner desires. So those are always going to be there. But the narrow, it is. But this, where I was reminded of Wizard, is he's another one people have said is a fence rider. He and I present ourselves differently, but when you're consistent in the truth, you know, one day you may be disagreeable with one and disagreeable with another, but I'm consistent in what I say and do.
That I have to admit is true.
Thank you. I hold myself to
the want and to be consistent and true to oneself is great. And I do. And I find that the rest of you dudes strive to do that on a daily basis, to be truthful and honest, which is great. You know, and I feel that and I hear that.
Well, here, the other part to this too is honest is based upon facts, but it originates from the one who's revealing, you know, what is honest, what is true. Truth has many layers, as does honesty. You know, that's part of the dilemma of being a human, part of our difficulty in communication. What do we say? What should be shared and what should not? And that's a choice each of us have to choose and we have to bear for ourselves. But to bring it back to some of the earlier conversation, what I see in the future is people learn about repentance. Okay, there is something to debts, and it was in the relation I brought up a future without debts. There is something to debts. There is something to being honorable to your word, your contracts, your agreements. You know, it's up to you to be truthful. This was part of as a man living today, this was one of the things I had to resolve within myself too, because not paying my debts, that fucking pissed me off, right? I was failing. Then I had to realize which debts were important, you know, and then it came down to which is more important, someone else's debt or my current food, you know. So you prioritize and you change, and there's a time for debts, there's a time for all things, right? But as people become more honorable, people become more respectful of the truth, then more people will be able to be trusted. And as more people are trusted, we'll have less need for policy enforcement, less excuse for governments, because as our morality increases, the freedom will be shared by us all. And I think that's what we're here to do. I didn't think this stuff myself. Man, I don't know what I would have said if I'd have heard this crazy shit a few years ago, but this stuff is coming from me today. I don't know. I wake up every day, and I've gotten to this point I don't live in the past. I don't live in the future. I live in the moment right now. And so when I wake up in the morning, I've kind of forgotten yesterday and I have nothing scheduled or to remind me. I'm like, holy shit.
Jack, I have a question for you. Could we also add to your agenda? Because I was reading about how prisons, they pay for your food there, right? But elementary schools and middle schools and high schools, you have to pay for your own food unless you're on government assistance. So can we also add this to your list of ending wars and suffering and whatnot? Because I'm very passionate about that. I'm passionate about the kids getting a healthy meal. I think that any child in America should be fed when they go to school.
I don't believe that food and education should be withdrawn or withheld from our fellow neighbors under any
What about lunch
circumstance.
boxes? I mean,
I don't think that's food
if you
or
do that,
education.
there's-
Kids get in public
then
schools.
the lunchbox companies are going to go out of business.
I know a lot of people might lose their job, but in a way, they might. Well, I guess they would work for the government, so that would be bad. I don't know. We would have to figure out a way for this to work.
No, it's the logistics would create the confusion. So get the mind off the logistics and look at the benefit. The benefit of having our children well nourished without concerns of food, allowing them to focus more on their development and growth. Holy
Their
shit. we
behavior will be
transformed
much
the
better.
nation.
Their
Yeah.
strength, their health, they won't get sick as much, won't get us sick as much. They'll be brighter. I mean, more
Well-
capable human beings, I believe.
Guys, we
Yeah, but
seriously.
then you need people
To
that
be-
would be able to tell the difference between real food and fake food.
To be fair, school lunch is like $2. I mean, if you can't come up with that, you might have bigger problems.
Hey, there's
Well,
families
that's
that
$2 a day, but a
$2,
lunchbox you
that
can
adds up.
buy it for $10 and it'll last the whole year.
I don't know.
Maybe
Hey.
not send them to the public food system if you can't afford the lunch at the place, let alone the indoctrination.
Well,
Did you
no.
call it full system?
Good God. Yes. We did. We did. But this is the whole point. If we worked together like as honest people, we would find ways to make sure that the children and our neighbors were not worried about food.
Maybe
And they were not worried
people
about
didn't fuck
education.
people that they didn't love or weren't prepared to have children. We wouldn't have a public fool system full of reprobate slave children who need nannies for 8 hours a day while their parents chase down their next paycheck.
I know. If our ancestors would have kept their dicks in their pants, this world would have been a lot better off today.
Well, I still feel sorry for all the lunchbox people that are going to lose their jobs.
Guys, this has been fun, but I think we should wrap it up. 3 hours. I've been
Jack.
trying to figure out a length, and I'm actually leaning more toward 2
I know, but
hours.
Jack,
3 hours and 33 minutes is the best.
come
one,
on, dude.
Jeff.
It's 7:40 here. It's 7:40 Eastern time, bro. It's not even late
Oh,
yet.
it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
it's
you
past
like get
Jack's
off
bedtime.
now, he's got to go back to being with that wife of his, and well, you know how that's.
He's like, wait, keep me distracted and give me an excuse until after they go to bed. I can't bear to read them.
Wow. All right. All right.
I'm just teasing,
You guys are-
Bruce, but
I know.
Hey.
It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling, and it means I'm back part of the club.
Hey, we're part of a dysfunctional fucking club, man. It's called the human race.
That's an understatement, bro.
Dude, I mean, seriously, the more I'm thinking about these words, the more I'm believing it's true that God created us for God's entertainment. So we live
Oh, yeah,
for the
I
delight and
resonate with
joy.
that. We're his
Right?
fucking big joke, right?
Right. Life is only important to us. This is only real because we think we're real. It's all fucking imagined,
So
dude.
God is this sadistic, crazy ass motherfucker with a twisted sense of humor, running things
Well,
up there. That's the way you. That's what
That's
you're
where
saying.
I know I'm more godlike than Talcott, because I'm as twisted and morbid and excited for novelty, even if it's at everyone's peril. I'm just like the creator, right? God is constantly laughing and crying at the same time, one would think, if he had emotions. I don't think he or she or it has emotions, but it loves to gamble and play games and watch everyone play their games and,
Oh.
see where it all goes.
Paul, no shit, but you and your panel helped me realize that it helped confirm my belief that God has an amazing sense of humor.
My paddle's like
Yeah,
those
Really.
god type creatures that like sit on that hill, Olympus. Remember they used to make those movies? That's my panel. We're just a bunch of anthropomorphized humans. We're in a little bit better position in some ways. We just kind of look down on the humans and watch them in their folly and mischief, confusion and destruction. And we pray for them, just like they pray to us. We pray back for them. We're praying for you that you'll help yourself.
Amen. I think that's what the angels and the gods are doing. They're like, why won't you guys pull your heads out of your asses? We've given you like thousands of lifetimes, dumbasses. What's your problem?
Dumbasses. Can you imagine you go into the room? That's one of my series or my movies. You go in the room to meet God and it's Talcott, and he just tells you like that. For thousands of years, dumbasses. I love you. Then he loves you. He sends you to hell while he tells you, I love you.
I love you.
Yeah, it's like, go to hell. Much love, brother.
Well, but even that, God's the creator, right? And you create these beings, give them everything they need to sustain themselves throughout their lives. You think you want them, if they're ungrateful and disrespectful,
He drops
they damage your other
baby raccoons
creation?
at your front doorstep for you to take care of them. Well, I mean, that's what he did to me this morning. So maybe it's because I was ungrateful, and now he needed to teach me a lesson about taking care of other helpless beings. And fuck me, I've been. This is just crazy shit. 2 baby raccoons.
What? Oh, yeah. Raccoons? You said you got a. Hold on, I missed some of this OTW. So you got a family of raccoons that moved in.
In my camper, the mother ripped a hole through the screen and decided to have her babies in a bag that she teared and opened up, and decided to make a nest in that bag in the camper. And then when I
now, to be clear, you understand he's talking about African Americans. Raccoons are a terminology Canadians use. That's how Canadians refer to African Americans. So it seemed Jack was a little confused there.
Right. So now we have 2 little baby African Americans on my stove.
They were chopped off. All right, a mother who was disempowered and disenfranchised.
Wait,
broke into the camper.
Well, there was 5 babies.
Beautiful.
There was 5 of them, and now she left with 3, and she left 2 behind. So I'm stuck with the other 2.
But did you say are you like following Lou? Did you say they're on the stove?
Yeah.
Are you cooking the raccoons that moved in?
Man, this is like Rwanda now.
No, they're in a box on the stove because that's far from the reach of my cats.
So just cats. 2 little ones were abandoned. Is that what I got?
They were completely abandoned, and I just like took them in, and now I got to give them, every 3 hours I have to bring them something to drink and whatever. Then you got to stimulate little bums there so they have a shit, and I had to read up on this stuff. Good thing Google exists for that at least.
Jack, that sounds like an exciting kind of proposition, huh? Stimulating someone's bum so that they can.
Dude, I know. Look what humans will do for the animals. Fucking spend time
I don't
figuring
think
out.
that's even necessary. I think that he's just
Right?
that. I think that's his own kind of recreation.
No, it's serious. You have to.
He
because
tried
or
to,
else they'll
he
get
tried to slip
constipated.
that in there. He's like, stimulating their bums and such. Bro, I've never heard anybody bring up in polite conversation having to stimulate some animal's bum for it to defecate. That doesn't sound
I
natural.
knew I shot myself in the foot.
He
Fuck.
said the same thing with his nephew, right? I was just stimulating his bum so he could defecate. Bro, that's not necessary. We never did that.
Oh. Hey, OTW.
Paul, you're right. You have a twisted sense of humor, just like God.
Fucking awesome. But OTW, it might be what you said. You know, you got a lesson from life of the fragility that is there, and an opportunity for you to see what you could do.
Dude, I wanted to leave them outside for them to freeze to death and not give a shit, let nature take its course. And then at 1 o'clock in the morning, I woke up with a conscience and I couldn't let it go, but I couldn't let it go down. So I went outside and I went and I got them. Fuck.
Yeah, you're like
And
so fucking. This is what I mean about you all. You're so dumb and boring. It's like, wouldn't you want to, like, for the rest of that raccoon's life, have raccoons that are like come up and hang out and greet people? Like, who, I'm that guy. Like, I'm like, oh my God, I've been wanting baby raccoons anyway, and someone dropped them off. So now I get to have my own set of raccoons that run around the property, and I can call
That's
them,
what
and that's
my
the
woman
whole
said.
experience.
Exactly what my woman said.
This is
Word
why
for
you
word.
all get no pussy. I could get pussy in a tent. You want to know why? I got 2 fucking baby raccoons in there. Get with it, pal.
This is gold, people. He's giving you fucking.
They come for
tips
the
here.
white gorilla. They stay for the baby raccoons.
Fuck, I think I'll send you one by Pure later, Paul.
I would take care of it.
I'm sure you would. I hear they become really good friends and very like they're very intelligent. They're smarter than dogs and shit like that. So you can do a lot of stuff with raccoons.
I'm gonna do like Nero and make the raccoon my only moderator, and teach fucking kick out slaves.
You're gonna turn him into Rocket from the Avengers. No, the Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, fucking Rocket,
Hey,
man.
I was thinking about the situation of the raccoons and some of the observations I've had with myself and animals. You know, the raccoons coming in, it's like a common problem. It's nothing big, it's just part of life, and especially if you're near the country. But you know what? As an actual individual experience, that's pretty friggin' cool. You know how many people have never even seen a raccoon in real life? Right? That's actually pretty friggin' cool. And the babies,
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell I do with the babies, but
You guys want to see him?
yeah.
Okay, I'll show you guys. Hold on a sec.
I just want to be clear that I was joking before, obviously, but African Americans are the same. If somebody dropped two little African American babies off to my trailer, I would take them in and care for them. And then, like Trump, I would have 2 of my own African Americans who would work on my property. Well, no, wait. This is going down a... Hold on, Jack. I got to watch what I say. I got to watch what I say. They might get the wrong idea. I'll have 2 African Americans who will hang around with me and share experience and never be used for forced labor, of course. Greetings, Jennifer. How are you? Please.
Wait.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Thank you.
The lighting sucks, but what?
That's a baby raccoon right there. Look, this is what it sounds like when it cries. See, my dog's all excited. There you go, guys. So that's what a baby raccoon looks like.
Very cute. Very cool.
His
I
eyes
just had
aren't
a
even
thought,
looking at.
Jack. Forgive me to like continue with this line of thinking. I know I should let it go, but Angelina Jolie and all these people should not get their pick of the African American babies. They should be given to us, right? If anything, the raccoons, we should give the raccoons to Angelina Jolie and them first and see if they could take care of them. We should take care of the African American babies. That's my thought. And Snafu says he could see you with Sunpiz giving birth to little Talcott, African babies. And I wouldn't mind seeing you like Mr. Drummond on Different Strokes, bringing up a pair of African American babies. That would be an exciting, that's a series. See? So let's just think about this. Not only could you care for these children, that's a hell of a series, right? Picture that. Thumbnail, Talcott, two little African American babies. People are going to come in for that.
Paul, no joke. It's not sun-kissed, but the conversation earlier was about, the possibility of would Jack entertain or want kids in the future. And I've actually, the time I considered actually starting a family again included biracial. Yes, that woman. I fell for a beautiful black woman. That's
Jack, that's very loving and
hoping to
giving
see
of
it,
you
yeah.
to even entertain procreating with the non-humans.
Mm.
I'm kidding, Jack. It's a little supremacism. Right? That's what
She's an angel. She's an angel, though. So your words are true.
Well, wow. I'm just trying to ruffle some feathers and trigger some egos. I'm using a little bit of. There was a KKK man who used to come on and do interviews, and he would call the brown people and the Semitic folks non-humans. Right?
Oh
He would say the Jews are the devil, and the brown folks are beasts of the field, so they're non-humans. Now, of course, I don't subscribe to the part about the brown people. The Semitic folks, I won't get into. Right? It didn't go well for Kanye. It's not going to go well for me. Let's move on.
Right. Let's move on. But and not to take this to a dark turn, but no shit, there are people out there that think there's a lot of non-humans, right? That look at the poor, look at different races, different ethnicities, different
Are you
borderlands.
talking about NPCs or like the people that consider other people not human at all? Like
they treat them like they're not human. I mean, I don't pay close attention, but I know there's a lot of atrocities going on between Palestine and Israel. This fucking, I don't remember the terms they call it, the expansion of their settlements.
It's usually we call it theft when they walk up and go, "Get out, we're taking your house and your property because we got to claim the Bible to it." Right? It's usually theft.
Right.
Unless you do it in the name of God, then it's holy and righteous.
Yeah, then it's
You gotta
okay.
get with the game, Talcott.
Right. Right. Well, that's the insanity, dude. It's fucking nonsense. Stealing and murdering from people because supposedly God said. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, Donald Trump did say they have a special relationship with Israel. I think what he meant was
Right.
spreading democracy, which really is just code for we're going to take your property for God and government.
Yes.
No.
Under the past definitions, current applications of those terms, absolutely. That's what it means. Democracy means we'll tell you who to vote for, and then those people are going to tell you what you can and cannot do. So that's democracy, is vote for your slave master and your oppressor. And we'll send our neighbors and our children and our neighbors' children to war to spread that stuff. Because democracy, man, well, democracy means money, because in this day and age, democracy and capitalism have been married, right? Like there's no separation between them.
But they send these young kids to the wars so they don't have to pay for their retirement funds.
So what I'm hearing from you, Jack, and let me just get this correct when it comes to these folks from Israel, is you maybe have what you could call a final solution, let's say. Right? I mean, I don't know why you're laughing. I mean, this seems like there's a big problem over there, and I think maybe you and some others are the ones who can really get it done. Maybe.
Well, Paul,
right.
I always search for the truth, and truth is often funny to me. But yeah, in your words, I think I do have a final solution, an alternative to that which was.
Is it a nuclear bomb?
No, sir. That's much too messy. We have sort of a workforce that we're going to cultivate. Right? It's very reminiscent of some things you might have seen before. We're going to do it a little bit different way. Okay? A lot more productive. Hail Talcott, if you will. Right? That's a nice ring to it.
I don't know how it's going to happen.
Sir. We're on the metaverse. That's, he was blocking out the sun there. That's what he was doing.
I was?
I ignored
Could
it.
I trigger algorithms by doing
That's
that?
it. You can trigger algorithms just by that alone. That's hate.
Oh my God.
I was just saluting Talcott. I mean, I was saluting the sun. I mean, I was anyway. Forget about it. Here you go.
Raising our hands in recognition of the future. It's us. We are serious. How it's going to happen, Paul, I don't know. But I have faith that it is going to happen, that we're experiencing the emergence of something fantastic. And it'll mean a complete break away from the things of the past. And honestly, this is what I think. I think just like I've been allowed to do. I used to take my life so seriously and fucking worry about so many things. Now I laugh. I laugh at my past foolishness. And I think that's what the human race is going to be doing here pretty soon. I'm already kind of laughing at the foolishness. You know why?
Yeah, because they could have invented toilet paperless bathrooms a long time ago.
I know. Dude, think about this. Because of these markets and chasing for profits, humans have held back. You know what? Accurate words are true. Humans have retarded their evolution by their own design, by their own choices of limiting options through this regulation and debt system. So we've retarded the evolution of our species. And I think I've been imagining, what if humanity stopped holding itself back? What if we replaced our militaries, took those young, healthy men and women, the real smart ones, and bring them to solving problems? And, the real fit ones, they can help support the agriculture industry. We work together to restore and re-engineer the broken systems and to make new ones.
Yeah, and learn how to build houses without cutting down trees.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Dude, there's so many technologies. They're 3D printing homes. Now, I don't know what the materials are. It's probably a bunch of fucking chemicals, but it's happening. It's happening right now.
Human skin, Talcott. We've revolutionized the way to take all the slaves and grind them down, and then we take their skin, and it produces this sort of gelatinous material, and that's what's sprayed down there to create the 3D structures. It's very Soylent Green. Our best people are good at what they do.
And the end result is Jack Talcott.
The end result.
Sorry, Jack. I didn't want to bust your bubble, dude. But you're not human. You're an android, printed from a 3D printer and given life through some neurological, biological, the robotics of it. It's all a technical thing there, that a manifesto that I could bring up and send you by email. But yeah, so that's it. I'm coming out with the revelation today. Everybody, you all know now, Jack is a sentient android being, artificial intelligence, who is learning and progressing every day. That's why he hits the reset button every night, guys, and comes back the next day. And that's why it's always a repeating. Yeah, he might have a glitch, people. So we're gonna have to call the crew, technicians, and everything. Have a look at Jack. So, all right.
I
So
know.
I guess
Well,
the revelation is it's out there now. So you guys, you know what to do with it.
well, I've been saying this a long time. I don't think I'm real.
Jack GPT.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
He's an AI.
Well, it applies not just to me, it applies to every one of us. I'm pretty sure. I realized I'm not real. All I am is an experience. And the experience ends every day. I fucking disappear. I shut down, reboot. And then the next day, it's like, holy shit, starts all over again.
It's like Groundhog Day, but with Jack.
Right.
Talcott.
Right. It's like a dream. And so I've been trying to figure out, where the fuck am I? Because I know I'm not here. This shit, this can't be real.
You're spinning, Jack. Now you're losing focus. Come back with us.
I know.
Come
I
back
know.
here now.
Here's where I'm at. I know what I use. If this is real, I know what I used to think and what I used to believe. I can't believe I used to think and believe that stuff because it was so fucking stupid. But if that was true, then that means I live in a world where everybody else still believes in this stuff.
I thought you were going to say that everybody else is stupid.
Well, that does mean that they're stupid, because it means that the answers are there and they're ignorant and they're refusing to look at the answers. And so that means
3 hours, 33 minutes, guys.
Hey, 3:33. Maybe we should shut it down. Any second? Hearing none, moving forward. The shit, what were we saying? The reset, the fact that this is a dream, this might be an avatar. I've experienced awakenings in myself, shifts in consciousness that allowed me to see myself and the world from different perspectives. Still from the same body, still in the same house, that according to paperwork is no longer mine. And so, kind of like the movie Avatar, I picture like these are just costumes we're using for an experience. Maybe there's a different part of us that's like just chilling out in heaven, having like a trip, meditating, or maybe it's a dream. We're in heaven in a dream, dreaming life. And because that's nothing matters. It only matters what we do and think and feel and say. Nothing else matters. So that's what I did. I simplified my life. All I worry about is what I do and think and say and feel. It feels pretty fucking good to be alive. Because compared to what? Not being alive?
Jack, dude, seriously, you're starting to look like you're losing it right now. Seriously, it's like
Maybe he's finding it.
Guys, this is how I spend most of my time alone, honestly. It's just fucking laughing.
No, Jack, don't say that.
Do you look in a mirror when you do that?
No.
Maybe you should.
Well, I talk to myself a lot, and I have these conversations about God, and
Of
with
course you do. You
God.
have money in the bank now.
I did that before. I'll do it when I have more money. Because you know what? I do see a future. I do see a future, Paul, where we rise and abundance starts fucking flowing in. And then I'll still spend my day talking to myself, laughing about God and all the gratitude, and wondering what is going to happen? What could happen in our future?
A lot of things.
I know. I used to think a lot of negative things. Today, I've imagined so many different directions. Feels pretty fucking good to be alive. 'Cause compared to what? Not being alive. I know this for me, and I know that I'm not. We're all just sharing a journey through time together. So I know we've all been prepared for what's ahead. It's up to us to imagine and point the directions we want for what we want to see what's ahead. But this world has taught us to focus on the past, spend all our time preparing for the worst, or, planning to be safe.
You know what, Jack? I'd like to say this. I like you better on your channel.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know why. I guess when I see elsewhere, it's like you're less appealing. But right now, like, I guess I don't know. I enjoyed the conversation tonight, and it was fun. It was cool.
This has been fun, and thank you. It's a new energy of a new day. It is a different place and a different energy, and today my purpose. I used to come on with more of an agenda, with the purpose of trying to get people to want to hear what I had to say, trying to get people to join and to do things my way. And I've given up, and more, and maybe that's why it's more comfortable now. Because
sometimes you have to sacrifice things if you want them to like resurrect. Like you have to let them go if you want them to come back. If it's made to be with you, and if it belongs to you, if it's a part of you, it will come back. It will remanifest itself in your life. But you have to first let it go, and those are the sacrifices you have to make in your life. You have to be able to sacrifice the things that you hold dear, and knowing that further down the line something better is on the way.
Brother, that was beautiful. I was listening and receiving those thoughts, and at the same time, to reinforce what you just said for those who are listening too, as we detach and allow ourselves to let go, with the belief that if it's meant to be, it'll be. That includes with ourselves, the image of ourselves. It's so scary to change ourselves. I'm remembering back to my days of addiction, right? I couldn't imagine myself being social or doing anything without a buzz, without having a few drinks in me. I couldn't imagine myself different. And so I held myself back from change. But if I'd have realized, if I'd have let my old self go, I'd have discovered the greater one that was waiting. And I think maybe that applies with relationships and jobs. And someone earlier today, I won't mention names, but someone mentioned they were just in a vehicle accident, and that was the encouragement I tried to offer, is this life individually and collectively brings us challenges, right? But I do believe that as we progress, typically what we lose or what we walk away from either strengthens us or is replaced by something greater. So OTW, you're absolutely right, brother. Got to be willing to let it go.
Yeah, I know, because I've done it myself. How many times have I had to start over, dude, and accept the things that I could not control, and have the discernment to know the difference between what I can and cannot control. It's like the prayer of a serenity thing there, I've been to AA, I not AA, NA. I've been to NA, so I know what the whole 16 months sober until I started smoking weed again. But yeah, so
There is, that's the thing about truth too. We can hear these words, even say them, repeat them, but there's a method to weigh our body and our spirit contains and carries knowledge, right? So that serenity prayer, it's got layers of truth. And those layers are understood deeper through contemplation. Either, you set your mind to really imagine yourself in different scenarios, applying those words, letting go and finding the boundary of what you can control. And then there's also the other experiential learning, those layers of learning that truth. I thought I'd learned surrender. I thought I had learned many things early in my path of recovery. And as I worked with a sponsor in the 12 steps, I thought I'd learned a lot, and I did. I was strong. But my life has been an interesting one. And I say a lot of things. This time, I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong. And this time being when I'm talking about ego and spirit, consciousness, the way, I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong. But hey, I'm a humble man, and if the future proves me wrong, well, it will have created plenty of evidence.
Talcott, I'm going to echo a sentiment over here. I'm pretty sure I'm not gay. Pretty sure. All right. I mean, there's some questionable activities, like the time that I said that I might want to see Rob Cleveland in the nude. Okay. That might make folks think that maybe I was a little bit gay. And I had to question that. So much like myself and you, I'm pretty sure you're not gay as well. Pretty sure. I mean, all right, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
We all have degrees, right? We all contain degrees of all things. So who knows? I've received my opportunities for homosexual pleasure.
Yeah, but was he cute? I got you. You thought about it. I already got you, Talcott. I asked if he was cute. You went to think about it. That means that in your mind, there is a conceptualization of a very cute man that you would have sex with. So maybe you wouldn't have done it with whoever that was, but you thought long and hard about the ideal man you would have sex with. So enough said.
There's been several opportunities, and so my mind wandered to a couple, but it's not me. I'm pretty sure that's not me. But At this point, dude, I don't care. I don't care what is not me until it becomes relevant. And then when it becomes relevant, then I'll know what I am. Holy shit, as I'm saying those words. Thinking about trying to become a public speaker, trying to become many things. Now I think I stopped defining it as much. I'm just me. I'm along for the ride, but here's the deal. I'm fucking enjoying this ride. I figured out the rules that work for me, the rules of this game of life, and so far, I don't know if I'm right or not, but I'm having fun. And this riding the wave of life, dude, it starts with a drop. The drop starts a ripple, the ripple becomes a wave, the wave becomes just a fucking powerful change. And that's what we are. We're starting those movements through the power of words, strength of truth. And I tell you what, I've seen your heart, Paul. You got the heart of a Christ, as do I. Love's leading us on. Love's bringing us forward.
And we got a shot at like creating a really good cult here. I don't know if, I mean to sort of bring that up too, but I mean, let's just call it as it is, right? It's like we got all this spiritual faith empowerment and a damn good cult forming.
Amen. You've already got the reputation of being a cult leader, and your subscribers have that reputation elsewhere. So I admit my manipulation. Let's see how big we can make this fucking cult, dude. Let's run with it. Let's change the culture. I don't know. You always got to make the best of the worst, I think. That's that experiential alchemy.
Right. Never let a crisis go to waste is what I and a lot of the folks back at the academy say.
Yes. Dude, that's what they've been doing. That's what has been used against the populace. Never let a good crisis go to waste. Well, you know what? There's plenty of crises. Let's make them all good. Let's make everything good, and let's use this to our benefit, our advantage. Use it as a reason, a purpose, a motivation for everyone to come together. Pick a purpose. Doesn't fucking matter. Or pick a crisis. Doesn't matter. Pick a crisis. There's plenty out there. Use that as your motivation to say enough. Ignite that fucking fire of change within you. And let's believe we can do something together. Whoever together is with you, whoever's in your family, your neck of the woods, your community. I think when we get enough people coming together in enough different ways, it's all gonna show. I mean, it's all happening right now. It just hasn't come together yet. But I see freedom emerging, Paul. It's the only solution. I refuse to accept defeat. I refuse to believe that these fucking agendas of further control, social credit scores, I refuse to accept that shit can continue. And I know I'm not alone. That's the cool thing.
Well, after that speech, Jack, I'm starting to think Bo Shaney might have been onto something. I might change my name to Hing Hong Paulie and move to Shanghai, because I don't think we got it in us to take this new world order.
Oh, that's so disappointing, Paul. You know how many people I'd win over if I can convince you? Holy
The whole
shit.
world.
I know. I was just thinking that through. Holy shit.
I was a little bit quicker on that.
I'm persistent. You've been warned of my manipulation.
Oh, that's comforting. I'm pretty sure the guy from that Netflix special said the same thing after he put right before he put the woman in the box. There was this guy named Joe, and the woman I was with, I use the term woman loosely. She would watch Netflix, and one of them was this guy who kept following someone around, and I'm pretty sure that was the speech he gave right before she got put in the box and wasn't let out.
There's no box, though. There is no box. Actually, that's the key, Paul. We need to help people free themselves of their minds. Like, literally, you got to convince people to... Holy shit, as I'm thinking these thoughts through. You got to convince people to stop believing what they think. But it's obvious. Everyone's been brainwashed. So to cleanse your mind, you must. And once you unlearn the lies, then you know the truth. Because it's just obvious and you can't fucking deny it. The truth is. Look, Brian's got the prison cage behind him in the background. That's the truth of this quote unquote free range society we've created. Not created. We were born into this shit. I accept responsibility for not trying to change it until now, but I didn't create this mess.
All right, Jeff,
Hey.
you ready to wrap up? You're ready to wrap up. I can feel it.
Yeah, I actually am. And we'll keep this under the 4-hour mark on this.
Yeah, you're
end.
dropping way too many gems, and you're casting pearl before swine at this point. You know?
Yeah. and
Majority
you're also
slaves. Go ahead, OT.
too happy. You're smiling too much. Your brain is turned to mush. You can't focus anymore.
No.
You need to relax, Jack.
No, please don't take that image away, because honestly, this has been a prayer answered. The honor I feel, absolutely, to have Paul the Unslaved, OTW, to have Z. I've had many others today and other days. So
Talcott, you're
and
already
today-
beating Ian with the numbers. You're doing like 40, 50 live viewers regularly. And, you know, I mean, you were on here for a while, but, you know, when you got with your old boy here, everything started shifting and changing. So you're already about to, like, pass Ian, you know, in a lot of ways. So there you go. And the more you show up every day, like I told you, the more you're going to get numbers and viewers, even if it's just folks who want to watch a train wreck. Respectful.
Absolutely. You know, and please, the subscriber count has been growing. I'm seeing the growth, and I'm not ashamed of what I've been doing so far. I see plenty of room for growth and improvement. But please, folks, for those who do come across this, do the subscribe thing and stay tuned, because I say a lot of things, and you get to be along at the beginning. Well, we'll all find out together. Is Jack full of shit, or is he onto something? The future will let us know. But
So mysterious to end with with such a remark. That's good. It's keeping us hooked, you know. We're we always got to leave a hook for us to, you know, to come back to the next episode to see what the fuck's gonna happen.
I've been learning from broadcasting legends, so I'm trying to learn as I go. But I do think that is a good way to wrap it up. For those who joined platform and in the chat and in the future times, thank you. Thank you for sharing your time and attention. And golly geez. Today was an inspiring day. That's where I wanted to get to, and then I'll allow you guys to. But today was an answer to my prayers in a way. I was inspired and I was hoping for opportunities just to have some good conversations. And that was exactly what you guys brought. Beautiful conversations, insight, experience. I appreciate it. Much love. Anything you guys want to add, and then we'll wrap it up.
No, I think we're good to
Much
go,
respect.
Jack. I'm going to hop out and wrap up on my end, and I'll be back tomorrow to open the asylum all over again.
Much love. Have a beautiful evening, brother.
And
Thank you,
everybody,
Jack.
be sure to tune in to.
All right. Who's back? Who's that? That's got to be Penile Power. Has to be. No? POTUS Talcock. Are you there, sir? All right. Well, I'm going to wrap up then. Thank you, POTUS Talcock 2024 and others for being here. It was an interesting experience, as always. Many thanks to the folks who continue to contribute and support and donate in various ways. You are blessings in the Luciferian simulation. You allow me to self-actualize and self-realize, to bring value and to receive value. And that is a beautiful and miraculous process to be part of. I'm living the dream. Can you imagine that when I'm here with you and Talcott? This is what I call living the dream. It's many folks' nightmare. So it's all relative. It's all perspective. But proper instruction motivates people. Thanks you. Much like Bill O'Reilly, I talk in the third person. Proper instruction, just like talking points. Proper instruction does not accept the views of Talcott. Proper instruction does not deny the views of Talcott. Proper instruction does not promote any of the actions that Talcott has presented. Proper instruction looks forward for you to being back tomorrow. And yeah, the enabler of all confusion wins again. All right. Get some rest, folks. Get some sustenance, unless it's late over there where you are, upside down on the other side of the world, the other side of the globe, upside down. All right. If it's too late and it's dark already, no eating. It's bad for you. All right. Get some rest. We'll be back tomorrow. Much love. Peace and blessings to all. Continue to be inspired and co-creative as the Penile Power fellow will continue to be streaming and hopefully at some point create a business he can mind. I want him to mind his own business and make a living, and if not, build a fucking house and live on the land and jump out of trees on people when they're making wrong turns, right? I could see him with a few others on here jumping out of trees for fun on folks with Talcott. That's what they do on the weekends for fun. There's not much to do around the land. When you got nothing to do, sometimes you're up to mischief. You get in the trees and you wait and you jump out on unsuspecting tourists from the suburbs. I don't know, just an idea. It's better than coming here and starting all these problems. For me, it's better for me. I don't have to deal with it. Not for those people involved. All right, Penile Power, any final words? Last word for everybody out there?
I'll just leave it to you because this is going to sound like shit because of the breathing laptop and the lack of headphones. So great stream. It was awesome to see Z back. And yeah, POTUS Talcott 2024. I think we really got something going here. It's going to happen. It's going to manifest. We're gonna see it next year. I think I see it already. So
it's very Sanders-esque. Nobody knows what Talcott does, but it doesn't much matter. He's got solutions, so he says, and we're willing to trust once again. Right? So that's what keeps the American
manipulation. Yeah, I mean, I think the admission of the manipulation is the first huge step in the right direction. So, yeah.
All right. Well, we're hopeful. We're hopeful for this campaign. The Donnie Chimp, of course, didn't work out. I ran a chimpanzee. It didn't quite work out. So this next coming election, we're going to put up a new candidate, POTUS Talcott, for 2024, and maybe we could really get something done. Okay. So until then. Signing off is my trusty compatriot here, Penile Power, of course, for Talcott. Blessings, brothers and sisters. And for your trusty narrator here, your trusty presenter, Paul Enslaved, I bid you adieu. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Much love.